week tap. It being the appointed time, I will call the meeting to order. And note that Mayor Hamlin is attending the Roma conference as we speak. She plans to join us, but for now is sending regrets. I also will welcome all those in the gallery and the viewing on our internet stream. We appreciate your interest. I would ask Councillor Houston to begin with the land acknowledgement.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who are families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you very much. In regards to the motion for the agenda, I wanted to note, as I just mentioned, Mayor Hamlin's intention is to join us. She's specifically wanting to participate in item 6.4, which is the CAO report 2024-01 on town-owned properties. So the intention will be to allow that item to be out there, and we'll join it when she can join us. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that ahead of acceptance of the agenda. And so that'll be item 6.4 will be, I guess, fluid, a fluid state, so to speak. The other two amendments that I'll note is item 13.2.1 has been resolved, so it's been removed. And we also have a motion that we're going to be putting forward that has to do with a flyby by the Canadian Armed Forces for Honorary Lieutenant General Richard Romer. So at this point in time, I will ask if I can have a mover for the agenda, Councillor Potts, and a seconder, Councillor Doherty. I didn't mention that, yeah. So 13.2.1 is removed, yes. And anyone wanting to speak to the agenda? I'll call a vote then. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And now I'll turn to declarations of pecuniary interest. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I have two items, one on today's agenda and one for the public record. So the first today will be item 5.2 under deputations, the 8th Street sewer issue and Mr. Spooner. I will be declaring a conflict as I was involved in this sewer issue as an employee of the town. After my employment and before being elected, I wrote a letter of support to Mr. Spooner, which was submitted to the clerk. This can be perceived as a bias. Therefore, I will not be taking part in discussions or decisions on this matter. My second I wanted to make on the public record regarding the Colonial Blues discussions and contract negotiations. I did correspond with the Integrity Commissioner regarding my committee involvement with the Colonial Sports Hall of Fame, and the response is as follows. By reason only of the member being a director or senior officer of a corporation incorporated for the purpose of carrying on business for and on behalf of the municipality or local board, or by reason only of the member being a member of a board, commission, or the body as an appointee of a council or local board. Accordingly, you may participate in the town's discussions on the arena rental matter. So I just wanted to make that for the public record moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to make the declarations? If you do find yourself in a situation as we go through the meeting, certainly just make the chair aware. Thank you. And would move now to community announcements, and I would turn to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Nothing this evening.
Councillor Doherty.
Also nothing for me this evening, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Houston.
No announcements for me today.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I had the privilege to participate in the puck drop for the varsity girls hockey day in Collingwood last Wednesday. The day started out, hockey day in Collingwood was a day where all the kids came together with playing hockey or not to participate in an event that all public schools in the area took part in, and I believe Nottawa Elementary was the winners of the public school portion of the day, which led into the varsity girls team between OLB and CCI, and then followed by the boys game between OLB and CCI. And I just want to thanks to Director Culver for assisting with the Hall of Fame room to be open for the public. It was a full arena. There was lots of good cheering and camaraderie and rivalries and the band, and so it was something that I look forward to each year, and it was just a great turnout. So thanks to Todd Hammond and the organizers. Such a great day for everyone in Collingwood. Thanks.
Right. Councillor Ring.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. On January 14th at the Georgian Bay Hotel, I also was honored to attend the annual Mayor's Levy. 6 worthy citizens were recognized for their longstanding dedication to volunteerism in our community. 5 of these recipients, Susan Brindisi, Doug Linton, Perry Manchester, Pauline Monette, and Mark Rich, were honored with the Order of Collingwood, with the 6th, Sheila Stewart, also being an Order of Collingwood recipient, being bestowed the Companion of the Order of Collingwood for her continued work in the community. The great citizens of our town never cease to amaze me by, in my opinion, showing up for one of the best attended levies in memory, even though the weather outside was probably the stormiest day we've had so far this winter. So congratulations to the public. At the Collingwood Public Library on January 17th, along with Councillor Doherty and Councillor Perry, I attended the flag raising and the proclamation of January as Crime Stoppers Month. Mr. Potts or Councillor Potts covered the high school challenge day. I'd just like to congratulate the Collingwood Lightning girls hockey for organizing and running their first annual hockey tournament this past weekend. I had the pleasure of attending a few games on Saturday afternoon, and I have no doubt this tournament will become a bigger and better in the future. And also, I'm going to end with the Hockey Battle Cancer finale will be February 2nd at the Collingwood Blues next home game. There's a silent auction with 50 items up for bids. There's an online auction with 30 more. There'll also be a 50-50. There'll be a chuck a puck, and I understand it's a special one, and in case I don't have all the particulars, I'll just leave it at that. It should be a day of good fun and for all the families, and I was asked to invite all the rest of the council members and the public to participate. So that's my announcements for today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baines.
Alas, nothing to report today. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Almost at Hamlin again. A couple library announcements with exam season upon us. Don't forget that the library offers free homework to help support. In-person sessions are available for high school students. High school students, everyone's welcome Monday from 4 till 6 p.m. and for elementary students every Thursday from 4 to 5 p.m. If you can't make it in person, you can access Brain Fuse online daily from 2 to 11 p.m. for one-on-one assistance. Also, as a trip to France on your bucket list this year, the library offers French conversation every Friday during the lunch hour from 12 to 1 p.m. You can register online to attend these virtual sessions or contact Lori Crossan at lcrossan@collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca for more info. Also, just a reminder, everyone, the snowmobile trails are open now, limited. So the town trails that do double as snowmobile trails, please keep your speed to 20K. There's a lot of people out walking. Also, a friend of mine's son played in the basketball tournament this weekend, the IEM tournament in Bradford. Collingwood Trailblazers U14B team won at the IEM tournament in Bradford this weekend. It was a close at the half, but fatigue set in late in the third, and Burlington inched away to win the gold. Coaches are super proud of the effort and sportsmanship this team put forward all weekend long, and we're all proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for those mentions. I'm going to start out with, and I'll probably actually have to use some of the other people's time by the looks of it. Some days of significance in between today and our next meeting on February 4th. Bell's Let's Talk Day, January 24th. Bell Let's Talk Day is dedicated to moving mental health forward in Canada by promoting awareness, acceptance, and action. On January 24th and every day throughout the year, we can all take meaningful action at an individual, community, and workplace level to create change. I encourage you to explore the Bell's Let's Talk Toolkit filled with fantastic resources at letstalk.bell.ca. Also, International Holocaust Remembrance Day is January 27th. It was established by the United Nations General Assembly in 2005. January 27th marks the liberation of Auschwitz and Birkenau concentration camps in 1945. On this day, we remember and honor the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and millions of other victims of Nazism. On February 1st, Black History Month. On December 14th, 1995, Joan Augustine, the first Black Canadian woman elected to Parliament and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, put forward a motion to declare February Black History Month in Canada. Collingwood has a long and rich Black history. Take time to learn more about our community and the vital role the Black community has played and continues to play in the growth and development of Collingwood. Join us at the community flagpole located at Collingwood Public Library on Thursday, February the 1st at 4 p.m. as we raise the flag in honor of Black History Month. The other item actually doesn't pertain to February 5th, our next meeting, but it'll be the meeting after that. I just wanted to mention, due to the Family Day holiday recognition, our meeting date that day will be on a Wednesday, the 21st. So I'm just mentioning it now because there may be people who are paying or are listening in who may not listen into the next meeting. And as I said, we'll be conducting the meeting on the Wednesday and not on the usual Monday. Clerk Amos, I'm assuming the agenda would go out on the normal, out on the Thursday before, the Wednesday before. Okay. And I had a couple of specific ones I wanted to put forward as well. First, I wanted to acknowledge the loss on January 11th to our community and the worldwide mining community of Mr. Donald McLean. Seeing the hundreds that were in attendance at his celebration of life and hearing the memories of his family and community contributions provide a testament to Mr. McLean's lifelong achievements. In 2023, Mr. McLean's business celebrated 50 years. And in recognition of McLean engineering successes, the Canadian Institute of Mining awarded Mr. McLean with a Safety Leadership Medal. It is most certainly a loss for our communities, but what he has established with more than 1,000 employees worldwide means his legacy will live on, which is something Collingwood is extremely grateful for. Second item is that on January 12th, I attended on behalf of council and offered our congratulations to Gerald McCullough on remarkably his 107th birthday. Sunset Manor hosted a great birthday party that included the Ben Gorham Highlanders. And staying on the Centurion theme, and I just mentioned Major General Richard Romer early, Wednesday, January 24th is his 100th birthday. The Major General has been a central figure in our community for most of his years after his exemplary Air Force services. An accomplished author and historian as well. So we want to wish him our best, and I have a certificate that I will be making sure the Major General gets. And in addition, we do have some plans for later in the spring to have Major General come here as well. A final item is to provide our congratulations to Tatham Engineering in this, their 35th year of operation, and as well to Crozier and Associates in their 20th, as they both deservingly have been recently recognized as one of Southern Ontario's top employers in 2024. The website canadastop100.com/southwestern-Ontario provides excellent reviews of the reasons why Tatham and Croziers have been chosen. So we want to congratulate them on a fantastic achievement. So now I will move to our item on deputations, number 5. And the first deputation is the South Georgian Bay Jewish community. And we have Rashell and Michael Feldman. And would you like to approach the podium and welcome? The PowerPoint will come up. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Fryer and Council. My name is Rashell Feldman, and this is my husband, Dr. Michael Feldman. We're joined today by a few other members of our community. And for the purpose of clarification, we'd like to talk about anti-Semitism in general and specifically in Collingwood. And this has nothing to do with politics or the situation in the Middle East. Next slide. Okay. We're a Jewish family with 5 children living here full-time in Collingwood since 2013. Although originally born elsewhere, my family has a long history here in Collingwood. My great-grandfather, James Ross, and his son, Rod Ross, both worked in a variety of capacities for the shipyards over the years. We often came up to visit my great-grandparents, who owned a large heritage home on Pine Street that also acted as a boarding home for our out-of-town guests and business contacts with the shipyards. I myself grew up in Collingwood from the age of 10 until I left for university at 19. I was born into a Christian family and had limited awareness or involvement with any other races or religions until I moved to the city to pursue my education. Although female, I have enjoyed the benefits of being part of the majority and grew up feeling very safe in a town where most everyone was like everyone else and certainly knew everyone else. For all intents and purposes, I grew up in a bubble. It was only when I moved away from Collingwood did I have dim sum for the first time, or Indian food, or even make friends from different religions and cultural backgrounds. Despite growing up in a beautiful place with very nice parents and in a safe and friendly town, I had my own share of prejudices. I would never have considered myself or my family to be racist, and yet the more I learned and immersed myself in the beliefs and cultural practices of my fellow Muslim, Jewish, or Indian friends, the more I was able to appreciate the blind ignorance even I possessed. This is only to acknowledge that not all misconceptions, racist, or xenophobic beliefs are ill-intended. A few years into university, I met and fell in love with a Jewish man, and so I began my conversion to Orthodox Judaism so we could marry. The experience has forever changed me on multiple levels. I, for the first time, became acutely aware of what it felt like to be part of a minority group, how people I would have normally never imagined having issues with all of a sudden saw me differently once I became a Jew. Some of the historical ignorance and hatred for a group of innocent people began to surface, not only in my presence, but at times was directed towards members of my own family for absolutely no reason. As a mother of 5 Jewish children, I have a responsibility to keep them safe, and as such, feel the need to speak out and self-advocate for them whenever necessary. So the time has come, and this is what has brought me here today. Over the past few years, we've experienced anti-Semitism here in this very town that I love so much. Our teenagers have attended CCI, my high school, and OLB, but because they're Jewish, they've had a completely different experience from the one I had. They have encountered anti-Semitic symbols painted on walls and hateful rhetoric in classrooms and halls. And just as recently as this past Rosh Hashanah in September, did the kids discover a swastika spray painted on our own sidewalk. For the first time ever, did it occur to me that my children do not feel like they belong in Collingwood or protected, and therefore safe to be Jewish here in my town, which is now their town. Not only am I heartbroken by this, but I accept that and acknowledge that this is happening and want to be part of a solution for combating anti-Semitism and hate for my family and all members of our community. In November 2023, next slide. In November 2023, I founded the Southern Georgian Bay Jewish Community. As the chair and founder, I can say we have well over 200 members and counting to date. Families with children, seniors, and active participants in our community. And as much as I'm enjoying meeting everyone and creating opportunities for shared connection and celebration, I have not forgotten the most important of my missions, our safety and sense of belonging to a greater community here in Collingwood. After much research and meeting with various members of organizations, I've come to understand that the first step in creating safety for Jews in any community is adopting and implementing the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism at the town and city council levels. Next slide, please. The IHRA is an international institution, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, composed of 35 member countries, of which we here in Canada belong to. This definition I speak of has in fact already been adopted and recognized in Canada, as well as many other countries worldwide, and even at the city levels across our country. In 2020, our local rabbi at the time, Audrey Kaufman, took this very step with the city of Barrie in conjunction with Dr. Murray Watson, a Christian scholar who now works with the Simcoe Muskoka District Catholic School Board. And the definition was accepted and adopted in the city of Barrie. This, of course, is already the case in larger cities such as Toronto. The definition I'm asking to have adopted and implemented here in Collingwood is as follows. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. So why is this so important? It's essential that we ensure that Collingwood and the surrounding areas are safe places to live for everyone, that we promote as a community our acceptance and our intolerance for hate in all of its forms, that we take steps to define, identify, and condemn divisive actions that can lead others to feeling afraid, isolated, and not part of our united and inclusive community. I was taught at CCI that in order to solve a problem, we must first identify it, which includes defining it. A valuable lesson I learned from the late Mr. Taylor, my grade 11 algebra teacher. He often reminded us that once we can define the problem, we can begin to solve for it. I wish to follow these same wise steps in order to begin to implement solutions with the goal of effectively solving a quantifiable problem we face here in Collingwood, otherwise known as anti-Semitism. And so this brings me to my ask of you. We as the Southern Georgian Bay Jewish community would like to ask for your support in agreeing to accept and adopt the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism, because this is a human rights issue. And I believe that Collingwood, the town I grew up in, is the type of place that is safe, where all those who desire to live in peace and harmony belong. That my town of Collingwood is willing to take a stand against hate and support minority groups desiring the same high quality of life for their children and families that I was so lucky to have growing up here when I was a child. Thank you.
We'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
To start, I'll just thank you for coming to us and presenting your information and providing us with the detail. I will look to council to see if anyone would like to comment or question. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Rashell. Not really a question, but a comment as to what we can do to move this forward in terms of requesting a staff report in our process as to where we would initiate. We also have another committee for inclusion as well for our community, and we're very concerned about this. So I would like to propose that we have staff bring us back a report that helps us as to how we can help you, starting with your definition. And
Thank you.
I believe you're referring to the selective the committee that we have with inclusivity.
The Unity Collective. Yeah.
And if you may, we would be very happy to provide additional resources and contacts in our community and other communities that have adopted this to help your staff provide a fulsome report.
Thank you. I'll just see if any of the other councillors would like to speak. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Rashell, I noticed after your statement, which I fully support, you did use the term take action to investigate, I think, or words to that effect, which, and perhaps this can be picked up by the staff report. Is it contingent upon this council to do any sort of investigation into any allegations?
No. I guess what I'm saying, and I don't believe I said to investigate anything. It's just in terms of being able to start to address the increase of anti-Semitism, because it's actually up 192% since October. Would be that in every sort of town, city in which Jewish people are living, to be able to adopt the definition, to have it defined so that it's easier, for example, for when we talk to, let's say, OPP, like I was unaware that we should report, for example, the swastika that was on the sidewalk. I thought that was public property. And what was I reporting? Turns out that I was wrong, and that is an example as defined in the definition and provided for in terms of the examples of something that I should have reported. And so this is where it becomes easier for us as a Jewish community, but also Collingwood in general, to be able to start taking steps towards dealing with this, with the first step being able to identify it and define it.
Thank you. So document and measure is a necessary step for taking action.
And that's something that sort of falls on us and responsibility as our community. And so now I'm clear as to what steps we should be taking when these things are happening, which I was unaware of at the time.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there any other councillor who would like to speak? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And I also will thank you very much for coming forward. And I'm very glad that Councillor Jeffrey did recommend that your request should go back to staff and our Unity Collective. This town has taken an overt position that we do not accept racism or discrimination of any sort. And it is important for us and you and other citizens in our community to call it out when we see it. So thank you.
Thanks.
I don't see anyone else. Maybe just in closing from me, I was going to mention about having been able to attend the first menorah lighting on December 23rd up at Blue Mountain. Some of the other councillors were able to be there too. And I found it very heartwarming that there was such a large turnout. So it certainly sounds like there's interest. What would be required is, and I'm expecting Councillor Jeffrey plans to do this, is under our agenda item notice of motions. She'll put a motion to the floor. And we'll deal with it then. So that'd be later on the agenda.
Today,
so
you mean?
to you. Yeah, it's up to you if you want to stay, but you don't have to. And it is being recorded, so it's something you could watch after. But it is a little later in the agenda that we would be dealing with that.
Okay.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you.
And just to explain, the notice of motion, we'll be dealing with it at another time, that we can't do a motion tonight without notice to the public. So just so you would only be waiting to hear us say what we've already told you we're going to do. So
And we can find out when that motion will take place?
For sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
The expectation would be it would be next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. So So thank you very much, and really appreciate you coming out and seeing us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item we have is item 5.2, and it is Mr. Ken Spooner, if you'd like to come up. And it has regards to his 8th Street sewer situation. And Councillor Potts had indicated that he'd take a leave at this point in time.
Thank you for having me. I have a peer review from Burnside's, and I was skeptical at first when I received it, simply because of one profession policing another one, or they're putting their views forward. Anyways, I was quite surprised at this peer review. With this council's mandate for transparency, this review would be a benchmark as far as I'm concerned, as transparency and honesty goes, because it is beyond what I expected to hear. Okay, I'll begin. The old sewer on 8th Street runs at that point from number 10, 8th Street, up to the intersection at Birch on 8th. Now, this new sewer runs from number 8, my address, to the intersection at Birch. There has been, the new sewer was extended 25 meters or 82 feet. And at this point, I was not aware of this until I believe it was around August 2022 when Chris Potts had pointed out to me the different changes that were made. And I had no idea that my lateral had been going from west and changed to east. So it had an effect, because I had no issues prior with the old sewer to this change. So anyways, the sanitary sewer could not be raised, the new one, because of the degree. To raise the new sewer, they would had to change everybody's lateral to accommodate. So they had to leave it at the base of the old sewer or line. Now, when they did this with this extension, what it's done is at the end of a sewer line, which I'm at, you have to have an incline. Mine is virtually flat. So any waste does not get washed away because it doesn't have the backflow, or very little. Okay, the peer review states that the new sewer, the pipe diameter was changed from 250 millimeters or 5 inches to 200 millimeters or 4 inches. Now, by reducing this, you do reduce the volume of water going through, and also I would assume the pressure that follows. Now, to require this reduction requires an environmental compliance approval. The Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. The records show that the approval was not obtained for the new sanitary sewer system. No no design sheets were completed by the consulate or consultant rather, sorry, to verify the proposed design parameters. So this is like it's easier to beg for forgiveness than it is for permission type of thing, as far as I'm concerned, from what I can see here. This sanitary sewer lateral for 8th Street is not shown issued for tender, so mine wasn't. However, 17th 8th Street, which is Paula's Pantry's lateral, was. So when it come up, it's either my home was not on the thing for tender, but they've changed my lateral from the old position. Yeah. And this is from the peer review, all of this stuff like with the ministry. And the stub is shown on for Paula's Pantry, which is access to. The stub is there, but it's not hooked up to the sewer line in 8th Street. So Paula's is still in here, Ontario. So the elevation at Birch Street, invert elevation, sanitary sewers cannot be lowered or made deeper to improve the flat spots along 8th Street. So, as I said, the new one doesn't have the depth that's required because it couldn't because of the laterals. Now I got an issue with, I got a picture to add rags on my lateral. Well, we don't use rags. We never have. And the last thing in the world we would do was flush rags down a toilet because of all the sewer issues we've had in the past and the expense that we've gone through to deal with this. Like common sense. What we did, but I figure what I was told at one point that if there's a catch or something in your lateral, it can stop something and everything else can build past it or build up because it's not going. And the slope of my lateral, I do not have what it should be. There is not the drainage because it's been changed when they moved it from the old, in regards to the old sewer where it was to the new sewer. It doesn't have the slope. So I don't have the flow that I should have to push the waste down. So by Burnside, it said the lateral at 8th Street appears to connected at a 90-degree to the main sewer. Burnside suggests that an 8th Street lateral should have connected or have been connected at 10 o'clock or greater. The sewer slope between 1% and 2% is this approach would have to be migrated. The sewage blockages occurring in the main line connection. So I guess meaning that there's not the flow to move this stuff. I'm assuming that's what it is. Slope of the first leg of this new sanitary sewer is 0.2 degrees, confirmed by Burnside surveyors. But there should be a minimum slope of 4 degrees. So that's an awful drastic difference. And this is to achieve self-cleaning velocity of 0.6 meters per second. I believe MS, I believe that's what it is. I'm no engineer. For best results, less calls for maintenance, frequent flushing, add water stream to avoid potential problems, sewage blockages or odors due to the deposition of solids. This is associated with high maintenance and expenses. The old sewer had a 250 millimeter lateral or a 5-inch, which helped flow to get rid of the waste lateral sources. Water sources are now from the old sewers where I had I had multiple laterals coming in. I had groundwater, I had runoff water. So this all helped to move all this. With the new sewers, I'm by myself. I'm an island. I'm the only lateral goes into this 25-meter situation. So I got nothing coming in from other laterals, and there's nothing to go back. to help. So, I'm sorry? 2 more minutes, okay, thank you. So, this, as I said, mine's at a dead end. So there's no water to help. Burnside is showing increasing slope at this sanitary sewage have the minimum guidelines for the first significantly blockage possible this situation. So increasing the slope would help me is basically what they were saying. They do suggest that there is what they call a Mueller 300 series grade automatic flushing station. So what this is basically is a flushing station that is a unit in itself that adds water to the sewers to help to mitigate this on a time cycle or whatever the case may be. Because right now it's just not, it's causing me nothing but grief. And it's cost me nothing but money and emotional, physically, financially, mentally. It takes a toll on my wife and myself. It's not been a good situation whatsoever. So, as I said, Burnside did an excellent job, and they pointed out the problems that I wasn't aware of. Now I've got some answers where I didn't have before. So, leave it at that. And if there is any questions, and
you can just stay there for a second if you would, Mr. Spooner. Yes, I'll thank you. And we know that you've also taken the time to come see us. This is the second time you've spoken to us, and we well appreciate the effort to keep us informed in that regard. I'll just ask if there's any member of council who would like to speak. So, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Quick question. I didn't get this peer review, or I haven't seen it. Maybe I missed it somewhere. And I'm kind of asking everyone at the table if they've seen it.
Is it available? Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
But I don't believe it was circulated to council, though. What we received was a summary email from Director Slama. After it had come out. So, but what we can do is keep in mind that you're interested in seeing it, and we'll allow you to keep going, and then see what else comes out as we have our conversation.
Right. Yeah, I do. I would like to see that. Thank you. Whoever can provide it. Thanks.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Spooner, for coming again. I understand that staff have been taking steps to address the issue at your property. And I'm just wondering if staff might be available to update council as to what has gone on thus far.
Certainly. We know that Director Slama isn't available tonight, but or this afternoon, I guess. But Manager West is available if Manager West is on the screen. So we'll just ask him to provide some information as per Councillor Doherty's request on steps that have been taken.
Thank you very much through the chair. I'd like to just say that we certainly appreciate that the issues that Mr. Spooner is facing right now, and that it absolutely would be an emotional situation too. I also just want to say that the peer review has been completed. Mainly that's what staff have been focusing on for the last few months. To our knowledge, and apologies, I'll back up a little bit as well. Staff are also able to note that this is a location in town that we do still flush on a regular basis. I believe that public works staff are out every couple weeks or months in that regard. I apologize, I don't have that in front of me right now. But we are keeping an eye on it as well to ensure that it's not the main sewer as to where this backup would be occurring again. And I can say that we haven't noted any other backups in the short history. So yeah, the peer review is available absolutely for council to review. I'm surprised to hear that it wasn't circulated, but I did hear that Director Slama did provide a summary of that information. So there were several recommendations for the owner to consider. There were several recommendations for the town to consider. Some of them have a cost regarding them, and they all do. And I think between staff and council, we should be considering those options and looking at the long term in terms of what makes the most sense on a move forward basis. But the peer review didn't outright say any fault associated with either party. So anyway, but I'm happy to try to answer any other further questions that would come out of this peer review as well.
Follow up, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, and Manager West. So without forcing you to speak on behalf of Director Slama, do you have an idea of when you may be returning to council with an ultimate recommendation how we can deal with this matter?
Go ahead, Manager West.
Thank you through the chair. Director Slama did provide an email on Friday of last week to all of council, just outlining the various options that we could consider. There were 3 options presented there, and I believe that her recommendation was to based on those 3 options, she would staff and engineering staff would recommend continuing with the regular maintenance and flushing of that sewer for the time being, with continued cammering of the sewer as well, to ensure that if there was an issue that occurred in the lateral, that it's since cleared, and that that there's no longer any buildup of material that's occurring near that lateral position anymore. Again, this has gone through the various insurance claims as well. It was found that there was no fault, or the claim was denied. So really, I think what we're suggesting is any further compensation would be setting a precedent for the town to go outside of that insurance claims scenario. So we're suggesting at this time to continue to monitor the issue and assess later on as if whether or not we're seeing a problem occurring over the long term as well, which over the short term period, we have not been seeing an issue appear within the sewer. But yeah, so that summary is provided in Ms. Slama's email from Friday.
Further follow up?
No, thank you. I had understood from the email that there might be multiple solutions, but what I'm hearing from you is that there has been one primary solution that you are pursuing now, as you've just described, with monitoring and flushing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I guess my question would have been next steps, where maybe staff would take us in camera in terms of being able to discuss this in terms of the 3 options they had, and so that council had an opportunity to discuss all options. And I don't know who that question will go through in the absence, probably the clerk.
I'm thinking if we're going to provide direction to staff, then probably a motion a little later, or do you think we can return to Clerk Thomas on that?
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor Fryer. I think the staff should take a look at this. I'd have to evaluate whether this meets a test of going in camera for next steps. I believe there is a certain component of it that could be discussed in camera, but staff could report back to council to discuss next steps.
Mr. Spooner, one of the reasons we may have to do that is if it is an insurance claim and there's discussion, we probably need to first discuss it in an in-camera situation, but any decision would be a public decision.
That's all well and good. Like the insurance claim didn't have, or at that point didn't have the facts that we have now.
Yeah.
Secondly, the sewer flushing is not done on a consistent basis. It's sporadic.
Okay.
And when it was done at one point, my wife and I had seen it done. They lifted the lid, they looked down and they closed the lid and drove on. They're supposed to put the hose down and backbrush. This did not happen.
Okay.
And
okay, so we'll definitely take your information under advisement, but we're just trying to sort out how we'll proceed with it. So I'll let Councillor Rings, unless Councillor Jeffrey wanted to follow up.
No, I'm just to assume at this point that staff will get back to us in terms of our next steps and how we can consider all of the options and all of the information.
Okay. And Councillor Ring, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I would hope that Council is provided with a copy of the peer review so we can read it ourselves, because I'm hearing a lot of things today that weren't described to us in this email. And I'd like to get to the bottom of it one way or the other. I think Mr. Spooner's been pretty patient. We've made offers to him on correcting the problem, but they were only Band-Aids. He would just like to get this problem resolved and not have to worry about it again. So I would like to see a copy of the peer review, although in the email it does say we were provided a copy, but I've never seen it.
So we can if it's in the email, then we'll make sure that it is redistributed. But at the minimum, I do believe with Councillor Jeffrey asking for it too, which we'd be expecting that we'd have the information of the peer review too. So, but your comments noted that you understand from the email that's being circulated and you just don't recall getting it. So we'll make sure that gets redistributed.
No, I don't recall it. I'm reading it. It says Council has been provided with a copy of the peer review completed. That's not.
But you don't recall seeing it though.
Did anybody else?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
So we'll recirculate that. Anyone else wishing to speak? So Mr. Spooner, we will be working with staff on it, and we know that staff have been in communication with you. They will continue to be, and we know you will be as well if there's any issues that crop up.
Like as I said, I've dealt with this for 4.5 years.
Yeah.
And I'm after 4.5 years with, in our opinion, negative results.
It's desire of the council members that this gets taken care of quickly. Yes.
I appreciate your time.
And we appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, could I ask Mr. Spooner a question before he leaves?
Yep. Mr. Councillor Ring was hoping to ask one other question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he got in late.
Sorry, I was trying to get it before you took off on me.
Sure.
We were provided in the email 3 options that I'm thinking that the town provided to you. Is that correct?
Email?
No, when you talked to the town, did somebody provide you with 3 options that possibly could take place with the flushing or the automatic flusher and all the?
No, I don't recall 3 options. And if I do, they would need to refresh my memory on what they were.
The only reason I was going to ask you that, is there anything that you've talked to the town that would resolve your problems other than obviously not just the Mr. West or Manager West comments about just doing a regular flushing of the thing, because that's
it's a bandage. It's basically what it boils down to. And our big concern with my wife and I is we're getting up in years and eventually we're going to have to sell it. So it's public record that we have a sewage issue or problem. So it's my wife and I that are going to take the hit because we'll have to reduce the price of our home, which is not fair to us because we're dealing with the hand we've been dealt. And our option is Burns side had given me this unit that would provide water on a time basis. to provide the water that we do not have now. We are, well, the number 8 8th Street is like 120 feet, one lateral. There's nobody else there, and we're at the end. So if anybody would need it, it's us, because we have nothing. So,
Councillor Ring,
sorry.
I was just thinking, Councillor Ring, would another next step you'd like to see is the staff to refresh with Mr. Spooner the options that we understand?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at. I wondered if he realizes all the different options. I know what Manager West provided today was what they would prefer, but that might not necessarily be what happens as far as I'm concerned.
So I'm just going to make sure the clerk's okay with what we've said as far as just some direction to staff to do those steps, and we would hope that the staff would be able to get back to you fairly quickly and review those options that we understand are considered as possibilities. So
okay,
does that cover everything, Councillor Ring?
For now, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Now, take care.
Moving on to the next order of business, we have the adoption of minutes, and under 6, and then 6.1, we have various council minutes. So I'm going to read in a recommendation. Oh, Councillor Potts, certainly come back. The recommendation that the minutes of council Committee of the Whole meeting held January 8th, 2024 be approved as presented, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations. And that the minutes of the joint special council meeting held January 11th, 2024, and the special council meeting held January 15th, 2024 be approved as presented. And those include Council, Committee of the Whole, January 8th, 2024 minutes, Joint Special Council, 11th, January 2024 minutes, and Special Council, 15th January 2024 minutes. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Mover, Councillor Jeffrey, seconder, Councillor Perry. Anyone wishing to speak to the minutes? Not seeing anyone. I will call a vote then. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item is business arising from the previous minutes. Anyone wishing to? Not seeing anything. So under 6.3, we have Committee of the Whole recommendations, January 8th, 2024. Recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held January 8th, 2024, contained within the January 8th, 2024 council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. And those are various advisory committee and board minutes. And I will look for a mover, Councillor Doherty, and a seconder, Councillor Ring. And anyone wishing to speak on those particular items? Not seeing any. I will call vote then. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item is 6.4, which I know Mayor Hamlin will come on when she can. So we'll move past that for right now. And we'll go to bylaws. And we don't have anything on the agenda for bylaws. And then under department updates, there's nothing particularly noted, but we did ask if Director Culver could speak to Canada Day fireworks update for 2024. And I believe it's something that Councillor Potts had asked about informally. So I'll turn to Director Culver.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council members will recall that in 2023, following a significant public engagement, staff received data that indicated a majority of community members wished for fireworks to remain as part of the Canada Day festivities. Following this, staff went to open market for the service but received no bids. Continuing on with the desires and intentions of last year, PRC is planning to present a fireworks display as part of our Festival for Canada weekend in 2024. However, given the back to basics approach that was taken with the budget this year, there's no request to enhance the historical fireworks budget.
However, to increase the likelihood of securing a provider, we're seeking to have fireworks on Friday, June 28th as a kickoff to the Collingwood Festival for Canada, rather than Monday, July 1st. We're hopeful that this approach will give us the best chance to secure a provider due to increased availability versus July 1st and potentially yield a better price point. Should residents be interested in fireworks also on July 1st, staff are confirming if the municipalities surrounding Collingwood as well as Blue Mountain Village are planning their events for Monday. And as of just a few minutes ago, I can confirm that Blue Mountain Village is planning for July 1st and Wasaga Beach is planning for July 1st. We can also publish this information publicly in addition to our own plans as details become available. We'll be reaching out to qualified vendors this week in hopes of having a provider secured as soon as possible, and we'll definitely report back to council with more details once they're confirmed.
Thank you very much. And I will turn to Councillor Potts.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Just a question in regards to with the fireworks and the drone show. What's the estimated cost? Any idea of what the drone show would be for Canada Day, if that's the way things are going to be going? If I understand it correctly, thanks.
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor, the historical budget has been in the neighborhood of $15,000 for the fireworks that we have provided in the past. The drone show last year was provided by the BAA under a grant allocation, and I'm recalling that the number was in the neighborhood of $40,000 for somewhat less time than is typically spent on the fireworks that we produced in the past. We didn't do a study after the drone exhibition. However, anecdotally, we heard that people were, very happy to see it for the first time in Collingwood and to appreciate it. However, it would have required, in order for it to match what fireworks, the expectations related to fireworks, we would have needed to enhance the show by adding more money for both a longer duration as well as potentially things like a musical score or something like that. And given, again, our current budget constraints, we didn't feel like it was a good opportunity to pursue that. So at this point, we're sticking to sort of that historical precedent for expenditure. We have a budget for the festival entirety. So we work within those constraints in order to deliver that whole festival, some of which is the fireworks.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So in Cole's Notes versions, is there a drone show set? What is set for July 1st for the Canada Day celebration as of right now?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, at this point, the festival details are in development. There is no drone show planned. We wouldn't have the budget to accommodate that. The rest of the details of that weekend are in development. However, as I've mentioned, the Friday is our target for a fireworks presentation, subject to a good response from vendors.
Councillor Potts?
Yep. So just one follow-up, and maybe some assistance with you, Deputy Mayor. In this case here, I get concerned when I hear budget constraints on things. It's our country and it's our celebration, it's our community, and everybody comes together. So whatever I need to do moving forward here to get something on the table, I will. I'm just not sure the proper time or the process to do that.
I would expect you to be looking at a motion, but why don't we let anybody else who wants to speak, and then I'll come back to you and we'll just review that. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Director Culver, when I was involved in fireworks, the rule of thumb was $1,000 a minute. Interested to know what it works out to now. And secondly, would you know how long Wasaga Beach's fireworks will be and their total cost? I'm just trying to keep au courant in regard to costs and our sort of budgetary expectations in the future. And I think, frankly, under the circumstances, it is prudent, although perhaps disappointing, that we can't do Canada Evening itself. But I understand what you're saying as far as the rationale goes for the Friday beforehand. Thank you.
Director Culver.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I have no idea what Wasaga spends on fireworks. Certainly, I could reach out and ask. That $1,000 a finished minute is sort of the traditional, as long as I've been involved with fireworks, that's typically what it costs. But the councillor is also correct in suggesting that pricing has increased, especially in the post-COVID era.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Let's see, then there's Councillor Potts, Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you. And through you to Director Culver, thank him very much for the update. Just speaking as one member of council, I really don't have a concern with what's being recommended right now. It sounds to me as though there will be multiple activities ongoing all weekend. And just from a pure community and tourism standpoint, to have a big blow to kick off the weekend as opposed to end the weekend, which is historically what we and many other communities have done, is an interesting approach. And I, for one, would be very pleased to see how it all evolves, notwithstanding the fact.
I think if we do get a motion on table, that's the type of thing that I think with the update, we were just trying to know what's planned for now. And I'm Councillor Potts, are you thinking that you'd bring a motion forward for a more formal update? So we'll be dealing with that in a little bit. And I think when that comes, that'd be the time that we'd be looking at discussing it. But certainly if you had anything else to add, go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
No, that's fine. I can wait.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, so we think you're thinking right now about something at notice of motion?
Yeah, through you. Is you like me to do it now, or are we doing it later on?
No,
yes, I will be bringing forward.
You do it later in the.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I may, can I just make one more comment in regards to this?
Certainly, regarding this or something else.
Regarding this, and the reason I bring this up is we used our staff resources and our time to go out to the public last year, and we did a survey, and it was quite known that that's what the public had wanted. Given the time restraints that last year of when they came out to trying to nail down a provider, I guess that can slide, but that's why I'm wanting to bring it forward now, because we did hear clearly from the public that this is what they wanted. So I think we owe it to them. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll deal with that in a little bit. Is there anything else you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, just I'm looking, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just looking for a departmental update. I brought forward a couple months back regarding the Battle River and the tree maintenance. And I think there was some communication that they were just seeking permission from landowners, and I'm just seeing where that's at and perhaps looking at the timeline to date. I know nothing's been done, but I'm not sure where we're at. Thanks.
I'm going to, I was going to suggest that acting CAO treasurer Quinlan, but I also am thinking with Director Salama not here, Manager West may be able to give us some information, but we may have to wait until the next meeting in that regard. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think right now, yes, Director Slama is away. I'm not sure that Director Culver was prepared to speak to it either. I see Manager West was about to come on there, but I don't think we have a response for that, but certainly can prepare it for the next meeting.
Manager West, if you wanted to add something, go right ahead.
I apologize. I was just about going to say the same thing right now, that we'll have to follow up with Director Slama, unfortunately, but thank you.
Councillor Pachi, okay if next meeting we get something updated, or would you rather see something by email?
I think next meeting, and it can be discussed then. I can wait till then. Okay. Hopefully we can have a timeline and a proper answer by that point. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So that's departmental updates. We'll move on to consent agenda. And we have a motion that is recommendation that council herein receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. We have 9.1, which is a motion in regards to the Highway Traffic Act amendments. And it's City of Cambridge motion, as well as the town of South Bruce Peninsula. We also have 9.2, which is Kavanaugh letter in regards to senior housing. And we have a 9.3, which is public correspondence regarding Huntingwood trails. I will ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Baines and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. And I'll just say that you don't, if you had something you wanted to speak about with these and not necessarily looking for direction, we wouldn't have to necessarily pull, but we certainly can pull any item that you would like. So we'll vote on these, or actually I'll just ask if there is anybody who wanted to speak on one of the three before we vote on them. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So the first one that I will speak to will be the resolutions that have come from the City of Cambridge and the town of South Bruce Peninsula with regard to changes to the Highway Traffic Act amendments. And just for the public, they are asking that the ministry consider expanding the potential usage of automatic speed enforcement tools outside of community safety zones and school zones. And I believe that certainly I will put forward as a motion that the town of Collingwood should support and issue similar motions to the ministry.
So why don't we pull that one, and then you can actually provide it'd be a notice of motion.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. We'll do that at notice of motion.
Notice motion.
And is there another one you wanted to speak to?
Yes. Thank you. We've received a great deal of correspondence with regard to Huntingwood trails, and I was just wondering through you to Director Valentine if I could, or if all of us and the public could receive an update as to the status of that application right now and opportunities for, in particular, for further public input.
Thank you. And that was something I wanted to note as well, is that we received. So we'll just ask Director Valentine if she could give a brief update. I know she's provided us with a more detailed email, but if you could give a brief update on where the process is at. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. The Huntingwood Trails East applications involve really three different matters: an official plan amendment, which is concurrent with a zoning bylaw amendment, as well as a draft plan of subdivision. So when I'm referring to the proposal, it's all of those collectively. Those applications at this point in time have been deemed complete. And I would note here for both council and the public that deeming an application complete under the Planning Act does not mean those applications will ultimately be supported or recommended for approval by staff, nor does it mean that the materials that were provided with the application are necessarily satisfactory to the town and related agencies. Rather, what we mean by deeming complete is that it denotes the applicant has submitted all of the necessary supporting documents, forms, and fees. So once an application is deemed complete, the proposal is circulated to both internal and external agencies for technical review comments, and that includes the town's natural heritage peer reviewer as well as the NBCA as it relates to hazard lands. And those have certainly been the two largest areas of concern that we've heard about from the public. The technical review is underway, and we've received comments from a number of our internal and external agencies, but we are still waiting for those two critical pieces of information from the NBCA and with respect to natural heritage. At this point in time, a public meeting has not yet been scheduled for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. That's not unusual with complex and contentious applications such as this. We often do like to complete one technical review cycle first so that any changes can be made prior to bringing the proposal forward to the public. However, staff have been copied on a variety of emails. Manager Ayers has been in quite a bit of correspondence with folks who have noted their concerns. We're certainly taking those into account in our review. And we have a quite large and growing courtesy notice list where we will be providing information and notice to the public when a public meeting is scheduled or when a report comes before a committee or council. That would conclude the update on those applications, and happy to provide any further information that wasn't covered.
Thank you, Director Valentine. Any follow-up?
No, thank you for that. And also, I just will applaud the courtesy updates. Our public often feels that applications come to the town and they sort of disappear into the ether. And it is good to hear that correspondence list is being kept, and those people who have corresponded are receiving follow-ups if they have requested them. So thank you. Good work.
Great. So we have a motion on the table and no further discussion by the looks of it. So I'll call the motion to vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. That moves us to item 10, which is council business. And is there any old or deferred business? Is there any other business? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor, or Deputy Mayor. All of council were copied on board correspondence last week from Director Valentine and Manager Griggs on behalf of the Economic Development Department. And it was with regard to a decision that was being made by staff to reduce the funding to the Georgian Triangle Tourist Association and also to remove ourselves from the board of directors of that association. I was very surprised to hear about this. We have had a very long association with the Georgian Triangle Tourist Association. Certainly that was when I came to town back like a million years ago and started my little small business. That organization was critical in helping small business like mine to advance their tourism-oriented trade. And the town of Collingwood was often a leader regionally in supporting the Georgian Triangle Tourist Association. So I'd like to know why this decision has been made, what alternatives the department may be exploring, and in particular, what potential impacts it could have if we divorce ourselves from the Tourist Association but implement a municipal accommodation tax, 50% of which is supposed to go to an external tourism association. And generally where the department sees our tourism activities headed. I know this is a very detailed question, not sure whether it can be summarized in a quick response, but if it cannot, I am happy to bring forward a notice of motion to ask for a more robust staff report. But if I could, through you to Director Valentine, ask for top line answer to those questions.
Yeah, when I hear everything you're outlining, it sounds to me like it's something you'd want to see a more detailed report on. I will look to Director Valentine if she wanted to say any brief comments, but I don't think it's something that we're going to get into as far as a major discussion here. But Director Valentine, is there something you'd like to add for us?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do think it would be advantageous. We do have Manager Griggs here, and she is prepared to provide a higher level overview, and we can determine if that's sufficient for Councillor Doherty's request. However, I would note that I see Mayor Hamlin is popped up on the screen, and I know there's some time sensitivities with respect to her participation in the housing matter. So whether you wish to hear Ms. Griggs' comments now or perhaps after the housing item, just drawing that to your attention.
Thank you for mentioning that. And yes, that's what we would like to do is, so Manager Griggs, we probably will ask you to speak, but it'll be after we have a discussion about item 6.4, now that Mayor Hamlin's been able to join us. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm participating remotely, but I'm down at the Conference for Rural Municipalities, meeting with lots of ministers and others, all in aid of our great community.
And I know, Mayor Hamlin, you had mentioned earlier today that you do have another pending meeting, so we will, unless the clerk tells me I'm doing something out of order, we'll be moving right into item 6.4. I had outlined at the beginning of the meeting that would be our fluid one that we would just drop into as soon as you were available.
Thank you.
So item 6.4 is a lengthy one. It's CAO 2024-01, Town-Owned Properties for Affordable Housing, Analysis and Recommendations. And this is on the table because it was not a unanimous vote at the Committee of the Whole as part of our procedural bylaw. And it was amended. The original motion was amended at the Committee of the Whole. So I'm going to be reading out the current motion that is being put forward. That staff report CAO 2024-01, Town-Owned Properties for Affordable Housing, Analysis recommendations dated January 8th, 2024 be received. I'm also planning, it was suggested that some of this could be severed, and we will do that. The second part is, and that 7882, 7888 Poplar Side Road be submitted in response to the County of Simcoe's call for proposals for municipal lands for affordable housing development. And that 7882, 7888 Poplar Side Road be offered to the County of Simcoe at a cost of $0. And that if the properties are either not selected by the county or are selected by the county but are not scheduled for the start of construction in the next 2 years, Council considered the properties for donation at no or low cost to a future land trust, not-for-profit housing corporation, and or similar entity to be seated by the funding set aside by Council in the 2024 budget or otherwise created for operation within the Collingwood community. And that the town further supports, in principle, community-based social financing partnerships or mechanisms and or applications to other orders of government that could assist in providing the capital for the construction of affordable or mixed income residential units on the lands. And that staff be directed to proceed with a request for expressions of interest for development and operating partners to support small-scale demonstration or pilot projects for innovative housing types on town-owned or privately held remnant or small parcels of land. So I will ask for that to have a mover, Councillor Jeffrey, and seconder, Councillor Perry. And we have that on the table now. And I'm going to ask councillors if they'd like to speak to it. I do believe one of the reasons Mayor Hamlin was wanting to make sure she was part of this conversation was because she did have an amendment she was going to propose. So I'll ask Mayor Hamlin if she'd like to speak first or last in that regard.
I'd like to speak first. Thank you for asking. I had some concerns about this recommendation going forward without any specific asks from our council. And as it transpired yesterday at the conference, there was a gathering of the mayors in the county of Simcoe and the senior staff who were here. And I took the opportunity to have a discussion with Mina Fayez-Beguet, who's the general manager for housing at the county. And it was his staff who came and presented to us on this topic. And I explained to him some of my concerns and that I felt, were shared perhaps by some of the council. And he indicated he thought that the county could work with them and suggested that we put these items in with our proposal to make the parcels available. So I'll just tell you what they are. And I believe the clerk perhaps can put this on the screen for the easy viewing of council. I can say
that is the intention, yes, that we're going to put it on the screen.
I'll just, while this is going up, I'll say because of, I felt some of my concerns were addressed. I'm going to start by suggesting we put the property on Birch Street back into the offer of lands to go to the county. And you can see here, thank you, Clerk Lamas, for highlighting this, that if council was to find it agreeable, that we would add the following parameters to be included in the town's proposal. So the first one is that the design of the projects shall be compatible with and sensitive to the built form of the surrounding established neighborhoods, at minimum in accordance with compatibility policies of the adopted 2023 Town of Collingwood official plan. So I would say, particularly with respect to the Birch Street property, we do have an established neighborhood there. And certainly it would be best for our community, in my view, that any design of a project to either renovate the existing Birch Street apartments or to replace them should be, as the words say here, compatible and sensitive to that established neighborhood. And as I say, Mina was quite agreeable to this suggestion. The second thing I mentioned to him was that our community had been involved for a number of years trying to establish for our community, what kind of housing do we need? And we had of course, continuing hard work of our Affordable Housing Task Force. We've had Barry Lyons' firm do 2 reports, and we now have our Master Affordable Housing Plan. And it seems that what we really want here is what's reflected in the second bullet point. The majority of units shall be available at rents affordable to middle income households with earnings falling within the 4 to 6 income deciles identified in the town of Collingwood. Housing needs assessment is updated from time to time. If I can paraphrase, this is housing for those people who work in Collingwood. So to make sure that the majority of units would be for that. The second thing is, particularly with respect to the Poplar Side Road, it has struck me that neighborhood and the neighborhoods surrounding it, really there's quite a scarcity of retail space. There's no East End variety, if I can put it that way. People have to drive for their loaf of bread. There's no coffee shop. So he thought, again, I did discuss with me, he says, yes, that would be fine. So here it is. Small scale neighborhood retail or service uses be considered in conjunction with the affordable housing units on the Poplar Side Road site, recognizing a need for amenities in that location, and that such a mix of uses is permitted in the future neighborhood designation of the adopted official plan. And then the next one was with respect to my comments. Do they need both parcels to develop? What are they, thinking? And he really felt that if he had the flexibility to deal with one or both, that would be the best. And maybe even with respect to the Birch Street property, there'd be some abilities to, if it was thought advisable, to sell it and use the proceeds to make a better project on Poplar. So with all that in mind, this one says the two parcels are being made available for consideration by the county, including the potential for a synergistic proposal that encompasses both properties to maximize the resultant number of affordable housing units and/or available funding, with singular options for each site also being considered through the negotiation and project design phases in consultation with the town. And then lastly, I raised with him what was discussed at our council meeting on this topic, or our committee meeting, I guess. What if we don't like it? We put these properties in, we have our negotiations, we talk about all these things that are listed here and perhaps others that come up by the time we sit down with them, and we say we don't like it. What happens? And he said, we can withdraw the properties. So the last one says, confirmation that should consensus between the town and county not be achieved through the negotiation and project design phases on the above noted matters or other project details, the town of Collingwood may withdraw one or both parcels from the proposal. So with these things in mind, I felt I could support both properties being put into the projects or into the list, I guess, of properties that the county's interested in. And just as I finish, I wanted to also thank our Director of Planning, Director Valentine, for pulling all these words together on short notice this morning. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Mayor
looking for a
Hamlin.
seconder, I guess.
Yeah. So I have a seconder in Councillor Doherty. And I'll just note as well, there's some slight changes that are necessary with the other portions of the motion for your amendment in that we're including 29 and 45 Birch Street in the motions of approval. And also there's a little bit of language clarification in the second bullet point in the third last and that. So all of that's available for council to look at right now. So I'm going to turn to the floor and ask if anybody would like to speak. As I said, I do believe we're going to have to sever these. And so if you'd like, we could move into severing them and then have discussion of each one going forward. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just in terms of the severing, I'd like to vote on adding the Birch Street property back in as a separate amendment first. And then when we move into the parameters, I would like to ask for the fourth that starts with the two parcels are being made available, be severed out from the other parameters. I think the most basically outlined things we've already been talking about and putting it in writing to firm it up with the county. But I have a problem with number 4 that I'd like to talk about before that.
I'll just ask any other member of council if they're comfortable with the severing of it that way. What we would do is we would deal with the first two portions, because really all that's being added is the other property, whether or not council wants to do that. And then it does make the reference to parameters, but we can decide what the parameters are going to be, as you said, as we go through dealing with those bullet points. So the first portion that I would sever would be the first that and the next and that, without the detailed parameters.
Yeah, I think it would be easier just in paragraph 1, just if we vote on adding Birch Street back in, it would automatically go into line 1 and down below if we vote on that separately, those two amendments, and then the next amendment would start with the following parameters to be included in the towns, and then we would exclude what's now highlighted in blue.
So in the case of the first, what's being suggested is that it would include that the 29 and 45 Birch Street be included. Just succinctly like that. And then we would deal with the others as we go forward. Councillor Ring.
Oh, and just sorry.
Go ahead.
And then just to be clear, after we've discussed all of this, I have another amendment.
Councillor Ring.
Deputy Mayor, my question is, should the whole notice of motion not be read with amended and then pull out what we want from it? Like, should we?
You're going to make me read this, aren't you?
No, I mean, it's all one motion. And then, like, if we're going to do that, we're going to have
procedural bylaw does say that.
You want to sever this next part? Like,
our procedural bylaw does say that it has to be read in. We're going to. I'll turn to clerk.
Did you?
I read in the motion, and we haven't read the amendment.
So. Thank you. So for clarity, the first amendment will be the amendment to include the following items. Sorry, do we have a mover and seconder, I guess, is your question for the main?
On the amended motion that's made by Mayor Hamlin and seconded by Councillor Doherty.
And the original motion, did it have a mover and seconder?
Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor.
That's right. We do.
Yeah.
All right, so the main motion is on the floor, so we are able to entertain amendments. So the first amendment would be with the inclusion of 29 and 45 Birch Street back into the motion.
And can we put that in the first part of the motion?
So my apologies. What I'm displaying is if all of these items are passed, what the final motion is going to look like. So, but right now, I can just highlight the sections that the amendment is on right now, if that's easier for members of council in a different color.
Are you okay with Councillor Jeffrey, are you okay with what the clerk's showing us here? Okay, so
I am.
And that is being moved by yourself and
this is Mayor Hamlin and
I'm sorry, Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Doherty have already said. So Mayor Hamlin, are you comfortable with what's being suggested by Councillor Jeffrey at this point in time with your amendment?
Well, I have to say, I don't know what her amendment to my amendment is.
We're actually severing your amendment and dealing with specific things first, which is simply to
of course,
make the decision of include. Yeah.
What's in purple highlighted on the screen is what you're voting on now.
Yeah. So just the area that is purple highlighted right now on the screen, and it does insert the words into the or approves those words to be added to the motion that's on the table, and it's a severed part of your amendment at this point in time. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
So we're going to call that to a vote then, and all those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, I didn't realize somebody wanted to speak. So Councillor Houston would like to speak. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think this is the appropriate time. It's actually a question regarding parameter 2, but it has to do with whether or not I would support this amendment. And that would be that because there are, to my understanding, existing tenants at the Birch Street location. Do we know if the existing tenants fall within that 4th to 6th income decile? And if they do not, what would happen with them?
I think I would turn to Director Valentine at this point in time for an answer to that or a direction on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, it's our understanding that the rents are set currently below the 4th to 6th decile. So it's more of a rent geared to income or more social housing type of rents that are currently being charged those tenants. So if this resolution went through as proposed and the county wished to renovate the property, they would be relocating those tenants to where they can have access to that type of rent. They were intending, of course, to offer those tenants first right of refusal should we be in a position to continue to offer rent geared to income. But if council wishes to offer the higher rents, then the county would be responsible for rehousing those individuals.
The only thing I would add to that is the one proposed bullet says that the majority of units would be in the affordable range. We know from the presentation last meeting by the county, in the case of Barrie, it's 80% affordable and 20% the low end of market value rent. There are instances where the county does have rent geared to income, RGI, as a small percentage, but the vast majority is affordable. So I do believe that this other bullet, although it does say it just says majority, it doesn't say that it has to be. I do believe that the county would take into account the fact that there are those existing tenants who may most likely, by the sounds of it, be in an RGI situation. So that's my only comment on that. But I'll turn it back to you if there's anything further that you'd like to ask.
Thank you. Through you. Yeah, I think that answers the majority of my question. And any other question would, I guess, be directed towards the county, which would be, do they have the housing that available that these individuals would be offered? I'm not sure that anybody could answer that question here. My concern is really just losing control over this property and ending up in a situation where there are individuals that are now unhoused.
I think we all would be concerned of that, but it certainly lends back to what you've spoken about before when we talked about this. But I'm going to ask Director Valentine if she has any thoughts in regards to that specific question.
Thank you. And through you, the county staff that we did speak to indicated that they would be prepared to find locations for the existing tenants, and they didn't identify that as an issue. My only caveat is we were speaking at the staff level. So in terms of the projects selected and the timelines and how Birch Street would ultimately fit in, that would eventually need to be brought before council for approval. So it would certainly be staff's intention to find locations for those individuals during the renovation or redevelopment of that property. And again, they seemed eager and prepared to do so and did not identify a concern of finding them appropriate housing.
Anything further, Councillor Houston? Mayor Hamlin, I know you've already spoken, but on that particular one, did you have any comment that you wanted to make, what Councillor Houston was asking about?
Thank you. Yeah, I think, this goes down to, if I can say, the last bullet point. Like, if they can't house the people that are in there, like, we'd have to, think about whether we're going to do this project with them. But I think, from my understanding, the county staff are quite aware of the residents in there. And I have to say, my expectation has always been that they'd be rehoused in that project. But, who knows, or the other one, if they end up working with two. So I'm just not worried about that, because I think that is top of mind for everybody who's dealing with this.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, just speaking specifically to the amendment in purple highlighted, which is on the floor right now. I had previously moved to have the property removed because I was being cognizant of actually what the mayor had brought up at the last meeting in terms of the sensitivity to the neighborhood, but also also recognizing the Affordable Housing Task Force interest in not having all the properties transferred to the county. But given our recent notification of the loss of our resource person in affordable housing to the task force and to our initiatives, I think we would be better served at least having some opportunities seen through the county. And so hence the change of my mindset at this point, knowing that we can take these properties back at any time if we have something else locally or we don't like what is proposed to us. So just wanted to explain my change of heart there, and that I will be supporting adding the property back in.
Okay, so I'll continue to ask if anybody wants to speak specifically about including it. As Councillor Houston said, the question related to that, even though it was kind of a form of the bullets, but you need to feel comfortable before we vote on the on that particular part of it. So Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I too am going to change my mind on this because I was quite adamant that we keep Birch Street for the reason that we can, if things aren't going the way we like, we can pull it out. I've always maintained whatever we can do, whether we do it or the county does it, whatever gets people into houses quicker is what my main goal is. And I don't care who does it as long as we do. And I think that at this time, the situation, and we've got the ability to pull out if we can't get it done through the county. So I will change my mind and I will support this as amended.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? And this is specifically on the purple in on the screen. And I don't see anything else, so I will call the vote then. All those in favor? And it was Mayor Hamlin, that's unanimous. And now we will move on to the second part of this. And I know the one specific bullet you'd like to have severed out, right? So
that's correct, Deputy Mayor. So we would be dealing with everything in yellow. In yellow,
yes. The clerk's been giving us color-coded direction. So we would talk to the items in yellow now, which are would be amendments to the tabled motion. And I will ask if there's anybody who would like to speak about the portions in yellow. Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Just clarification, we're talking about, because I think if you look at the next page, there's a lot in yellow. The yellow referred to on the screen we have, not the whole document. I think we should do the whole document myself, but that's just me. Just the page that we've got showing.
I think we may have to use a different color in that. So the second page would be a different color. We're not.
Thank you very much.
Anybody would like to speak to the yellow on page 1 of the motion? Councillor Baines, go ahead.
I think it makes eminent sense, 1, 2, 3, and 5 on page 1. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe Councillor Doherty, you'd like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say I'm very supportive of these amendments. I was always supportive of offering the 2 projects to the county, and I perceived even from the original motion that we did have options to qualify the ultimate development that would be proposed to Collingwood with the ability to pull out. But notwithstanding, these spell it out in even more detail and address, I think, all of the concerns around the table here and with the Affordable Housing Task Force. So absolutely in support of these. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? On these ones as well, I'll just add that in this particular case, this is an example of we have an orientation call in the morning, and both myself and Mayor Hamlin brought up that we were thinking of an amendment, And I can only imagine if we hadn't had the coordinated call and knew in advance where we'd be at trying to sort all through this. And an excellent job by, as Mayor Hamlin mentioned, by Director Valentine putting it into words. So if there's not anyone wishing to speak further, I will call the vote. All the yellow on page 1. All in favor? And with Mayor Hamlin, that's unanimous. And now, in regards to the blue part on page 1, I do believe Councillor Jeffrey would like to speak to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think there will be some synergies that might make sense in terms of transitional or housing makeup or some other things. The non-starter for me is that if we're proposing that we would sell one to, for example, sell Birch Street to invest in Poplar. I think if my memory serves me correctly, both staff and the Affordable Housing Task both were against or recommended not to sell one property to enhance the other development on the other property. So knowing, for me, it's a showstopper. It might not be for anybody else, but I think we need all the properties we have. Properties very hard, difficult to come by to do something on. And so I'll be voting against this amendment. And if it passes, I'll bring an amendment to say excluding the sale of one to enhance the other.
On that, then I'll turn to Mayor Hamlin. I don't see any reason why it couldn't be a friendly amendment, but I'll ask you if you feel the same. If just simply adding that sale isn't an option, but if not, then as Councillor Jeffrey indicated, she'd do it as a separate.
I'll just say I totally appreciate what Councillor Jeffrey says, and if the sale was not going to, like what I thought might happen, and maybe we need to have a little wordsmithing here, is that the Birch Street property, if it was sold, would only be to make sure we could get more affordable housing units on the other site, because we for sure want to maximize the number of units we have. So I'm looking for some help how we could fix this up, that we would, because I agree, if I can just say with Councillor Jeffrey, I wouldn't want the funds just to go into some county pot of funding, but rather only if it would increase the number of available affordable housing units in our community. But I don't know if Councillor Jeffrey would be agreeable to that.
Okay, and I think my thought had been in the wording of the bullet is it's the options would come back to us. Nothing could happen without this council's approval. So I may turn to Director Valentine and just see if she's got a comment in regards to what that really means. And in my view, it would mean that if there was a suggestion that sale, it would still have to come as an option to council before it would ever proceed any further.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry. I'll just ask Councillor Jeffrey. I think she wants to explain it a little bit further.
Sorry, Director Valentine, but just to clarify, I don't even want them wasting time on putting it together to make the suggestion. I think we should be clear right up front that it's a parameter that that doesn't interest us. For me, I think how many more units can you put on that other site in terms of what we could put on this site reasonably, keeping the character of the neighborhood. And so I understand nobody needs to explain it to me again, the whole thing that we can send anything back that we don't like. But I'm saying I don't even want it considered in terms of.
So I think we'd be best to vote on it as reads. And if it does pass, then you can propose your amendment to it. The clerk's comfortable with that. So we'd only be dealing with the way the bullet reads in blue in front of you right now. And that's that I don't think I have to read it out, but I can if anybody would like me to. But it looks like everybody's comfortable with what we're voting on. Any clarification they're seeking? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think my concern, it's kind of, or it may or may not be related to Councillor Jeffrey's concern, but I'm hearkening back to discussions with the Affordable Housing Task Force that those properties, like initially they had wanted to retain both of those properties. They did not want the town to offer them, but there was also discussion that if those, either one or of those properties were sold, that the money would go into a social financing mechanism, with the rationale that we would ultimately get more bang for the buck if the money is invested in some kind of a social finance tool that will ultimately have more value than the original investment, which would be the sale of the proceeds of the land. So not to complicate, I'm not sure whether I have to deny this entirely. I think I have to deny this entirely.
Yeah, I think we're just going to vote on the way it reads now.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're tending towards what Councillor Jeffrey has in mind, which would be a separate consideration and vote. So the wording is as reads, and that is already on the table then, right? So we all right that way. I'll call the matter to a vote then on just the portion in blue as it reads. All those in favor? Just singular. Sorry. Oh, and Mayor Hamlin, of course. Sorry about Mayor Hamlin. So that's defeated. And then all those opposed, yes. And that confirms it's defeated. So then I would turn to, we still have to deal with the rest of this motion before Councillor Jeffrey can put her amendment on the floor. I
don't think I need my amendment anymore because this was defeated. I only would have needed it if it were passed.
Okay. So that simply just removes the wording that was there in regards to the two parcels. The two parcels are at the as part of the amendment already approved. So now we'll move to this last part that is in yellow because it is hopefully some clarification wording in regards to the 2 and 3 year aspect of things. I think Council will recall that Director Valentine shared with us by email some reasoning about the 3 years. And so that will be on the table right now. And I'll ask if anybody from Council would like to speak to that. Councillor Houston, go ahead.
My only question in regards to this or concern with this one would be the county's project schedule is finalized, not knowing how long that may take. What if it takes them 5 years to finalize their project schedule?
I'll maybe turn to Director Valentine at this point in time to see if she can add us something on that.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Through the county's presentation, they indicated that they were on track and prepared to finalize the scheduling by mid-2024. I can't recall specifically if it was June or July, so they certainly weren't intending to take more than a few months to go forward with that initial step. That would be a risk, though, should the county's program somehow be delayed for a longer period of time.
So it may be up to your county councillors to make sure they stay on their time. But I would agree that they do have a fairly tight timeline to make a decision or bring forward to county councils. I'd certainly make sure that county council members were aware of the fact that decision need to be made if there was any delay in that reasoning. Is that okay or anything further? Okay, so anyone else wishing to speak about the adjusted wording? Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had the same concerns, obviously, when we made the amendment to the original motion at our committee of the whole. I felt at that time 3 years was too long. And when we do have it down to 2. And I think that the way it's amended now, it's hopefully will be just 2 years after, but with the information we got from Director Valentine today about possibly there's timeframes that are out of our control on getting approvals for entrances in or off certain streets or through that. I think this is as good as we're going to get. So I think I could change my mind and vote for these amendments.
Yeah, I think that's an important point to make sure the public understand that the reason that's been added is a concern about the developer does have the 3 years to make the and there will be the requirement for them to proceed in order for the right egress and that from the property. So, Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Following up on Councillor Ring's comment about that, to the third and last point, the above timeline may be extended to 3 years. Is that an additional year on top of the 2 years? So it's a total of 3 years, not 3 years plus the 2 years. I just want to be clear of that interpretation.
That is the interpretation. That's just making it 3 in total. Do you feel that the wording needs to say that directly in another way?
Interested in other comments. I just don't want to get hung up on this after the fact and they say, oh, no, it's 4 years. So it's what it says. I'm not a lawyer. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
I would second Councillor Baines' motion to add the words be extended to a total of 3 years.
Mayor Hamlin, would you be okay with that simple change as a friendly amendment?
Yes, of course.
And seconder, Councillor Doherty? Okay, so clerk, we're okay then with just those few words added? Anything further that anyone would like to? Okay, so we will call that matter to a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimous with Mayor Hamlin. And now we have an amendment motion or amendment, an amended motion that we will have to consider. Oh, and there's still something.
An additional amendment. I gave you fair warning. And I forwarded it to Mayor Hamlin. I don't know if she had an opportunity to read it or not. And I also forwarded it to the clerk by email. And I'll just preface it with the fact that we have heard from a developer or two who have an extreme interest in the properties and have had proposals that they have been telling us about with significantly reduced timelines. So hence I'd like to add and further that parties expressing interest in developing either or both 29 and 45 Birch Street and the Poplar Road site be made aware of the town's unsolicited proposal process and or the process to participate in any future county development proposals of these properties.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Potts? Anybody wishing to speak to Councillor Jeffrey's motion? Go ahead, Councillor Baines.
Sorry, can you read that again? Because, sorry, the response to that is, what does that mean to the development community in regard to this? deal we may or may not do with the County of Simcoe. So if you just read it again, thank you.
Sure. And further, that parties expressing interest in developing either or both 29 and 45 Birch Street and the Poplar Road site be made aware of the town's unsolicited proposal process and or the process to participate in any future county development proposals of these properties. And if I might, Deputy Mayor.
So Councillor Baines, I should have asked Councillor Jeffrey if she wanted to speak first or last, and she probably would have explained some of that up front. So go ahead.
That's fine. No, that's great. So I think what it means, we have been receiving emails from a developer or two who have suggestions for this property, but it hasn't been processed through to us. But we do have in our bylaws or our procedures the ability for a developer to bring forward an unsolicited proposal to present to council, and then council can direct whether it is or isn't. And I'd like the developers to be aware of that process. I'd also like them to be aware of once the properties are in the hands of the county and they're considering things, to be able to refer them to the county processes so they understand how they can participate on that end as well, because we have some, pretty experienced people around who are very interested in having some input with these properties.
I'm going to ask Director Valentine. I think she was going to add something too before I open it up to everyone else.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you, certainly staff have no concerns with the latter part of Councillor Jeffrey's proposed amendment to assist any interested developers to connect with the county through their process. Just a quick reminder about the unsolicited proposals. We did have quite lengthy recommendations in the Affordable Housing Master Plan that to move forward with a specific developer without engaging in an open and transparent process and without additional resources on the town side to develop a private-public partnership. That would be unadvisable to just begin work with a developer. There's a number of legal considerations, including bonuses under the Municipal Act and so on, but that was certainly not a recommended approach. So staff would be looking for clarity as to whether council would be looking to change its perspective on the Affordable Housing Master Plan and recommendations that were previously endorsed.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. I think I'm simply trying to be open and transparent with developers that they do have other opportunities, and council at the time, if they brought it to us, would be able to take the Affordable Housing Task Force advice and staff's advice under advisement at the time. But by virtue of its existence in our procedures, they have the right and the ability to bring that to us to ask. And I just want them to be sure that they know of that process. That's simply my intent.
I'll ask Director Valentine if she wants to add anything. I think we all recognize that you're advising us that there's some hurdles, even though there is the procedure that can happen. But did you want to add anything further?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. It helps to understand the councillor's intent, and that staff would be able to provide further recommendations or commentary should a presentation of that nature come forward.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey, okay. So I will turn back to Councillor Baines because I interrupted just in case you had anything further that you wanted to raise. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy with this. I will just say that in speaking to Mina Fea Beget last evening, he did mention the county has already done a process where they've, I guess it was like an RFP out to the developers and to the nonprofit sector, looking for those who might want to actually build any projects they're going to do. And he did mention there was some interest from a developer in Collingwood, and that if possible, they like to use local developers in whatever community they're doing work. So I just wanted to add that, but I am happy with this.
Hey, anyone else wishing to speak to it? I would just add my support as well. No problem. I think we're working through a very complex issue, and the more defined we can be, the better, because of the many moving parts and many interested parties. So that all being said, I will call the matter to a vote then. And all those in favor? And that's unanimous, including Mayor Hamlin. So that means that we have an amended motion that we still have to formally pass. And does anybody want to speak to it? Not seeing anyone, I will call that matter to a vote. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Ring.
I'm sorry. Do we have a mover and seconder for the amended motion? It was just the original.
Yes, the original amended motion mover and seconder was Councillor Doherty and Mayor Hamlin, and then Councillor Jeffrey's motion we had Councillor Potts as seconder. And so we're now just dealing with the whole final package. Motion as amended.
That's right.
All in favor?
Second.
And that's unanimous. And thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Mayor Hamlin, I believe you said you had a 4 o'clock commitment. So
I will head
just
off.
Quickly, okay, and we'll quickly ask, you do have that other item on the agenda in regards to the non-resident use of recreation and library facilities. But I know you also have another commitment. I think you've made arrangements through Councillor Doherty if you can't stay on.
Yes, that's right. Councillor Doherty has graciously offered to put my motion on the floor.
Okay, so you'll be signing off. So we bid you adieu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As I said, that's very good work on that housing one, because it's so detailed and so important we get it right, because of all the interested parties. So we were at the updates, and what that had produced was a situation where I think what we would ask is if you would come up, please, Manager Griggs. I think we're going to hope to just have a little bit of a brief summary, which may help Councillor Doherty, but it may well be that Councillor Doherty wants to take something forward as a formal notice of motion later.
Certainly. Thank you very much to the chair for this opportunity to speak to council. It was upon very careful consideration and with discussions with representatives from our neighboring municipalities, including the town of Blue Mountains, the town of Wasaga Beach, Township of Clearview, and the municipality of Meaford, that the town of Collingwood did advise South Georgian Bay Tourism that they would be providing them with $10,000 in funding in 2024. This is a reduction of $5,000 from the funding that the organization had anticipated. In conjunction with the reduction in funding, staff also felt it appropriate at that time to tender resignation from the board of directors. These actions are in line with what other municipalities have done. Some municipalities have withdrawn all funding for 2024, so we are still at the table supporting the organization. In the discussions with South Georgian Bay Tourism, we recommitted our commitment to continue working with the organization to support our tourism industry, and that these decisions were in no sense made lightly, and that this didn't preclude opportunities to partner with the town in the future. As we're exploring the options associated with the municipal accommodation tax, as well as embarking on the development of a tourism strategy and action plan, we'll look towards those two initiatives to really provide us with a strategic direction and guidance in how we can best support the tourism industry. We will continue to work with South Georgian Bay Tourism, Tourism Simcoe County, Regional Organization 7, as well as the Ministry of Tourism and Destination Ontario to continue to support our tourism businesses here in Collingwood. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Doherty, did you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you very much. So what is your thought because my understanding is that staff will be coming forward with a proposal for municipal accommodation tax in the I won't say short term, but I'll say, within this year. What implications does that have with our current status with South Georgian Bay tourism?
Through the chair, staff are evaluating various options. The legislation associated with the municipal accommodation tax requires us to give 50% to an eligible nonprofit tourism entity. So it is an entity that has a mandate of promoting tourism. There are a number of non-for-profit organizations within the area that support our businesses, including Regional Tourism Organization 7, South Georgian Bay Tourism, Tourism Simcoe County, that we could look to partner with. We're also exploring the opportunity of establishing our own non-for-profit that we'd be able to provide the funding to.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm satisfied. I'm sorry, but as long as we're continuing to advance, and I'm operating on the assumption that all of the work that you are being done to investigate future options are going to be, and a tourism strategy are going to be coming back to council so that you will be keeping us updated. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Then thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. I'll just ask if anyone else had any questions. Just you halfway. It doesn't look like it, Manager Griggs. So thank you for providing that summary. We greatly appreciate it. We now will move to, that was under other business. Does anybody else have any other business? Okay, and we'll move to county report. And I do have a couple of brief things I was going to speak to. One was at the last meeting, I informed council that there was a matter coming to the table the next day at the county, and it had to do with a report from staff in regards to the Standing Committee on Governance that was going to, that had hearings set. And it did pass, and Warden Clark made presentation last week to the Standing Committee on behalf of Simcoe County. I was able to go down and watch the proceedings and listen to Simcoe's presentation, as well as Bradford West Willenberry's. And it included a request by the warden that Simcoe County be a location where the Standing Committee will come and entertain deputations. And I had committee member confirmed to me that that would happen in their second tranche of upcoming meetings, which appears to be likely in February. I had intended, if Mayor Hamlin had been able to join us longer, I was going to ask her, I wasn't able to stay for the 1 o'clock session that she spoke at. She indicated to us the week before that she'd be doing a deputation. So I'm just letting you know that that went on. If there's any questions about it, I certainly can enter or try to answer them. But that's what had gone on last week in that regard. I also wanted to mention that in regards to the county's process underway on modular housing solutions, I'm expecting that report will be available for our next meeting of County Council. I've noted to Council a number of times that our interest in a solution other than the motel model we currently have in place is preferred. While location would continue to be a hurdle, we need to see how the request for proposal process has gone at the county level to know where they're at. There's the daily update table that's provided through the county website, and it's showing that the motel, it's not fully utilized every day, but the vast majority of the time it is fully utilized. And we all know that it's a critical need we have in the community. And I'm intending on reporting back as soon as possible to this council on where they're at in that regard, in regards to the modular situation on the homelessness side. So I just wanted to update on that as well. I guess, go ahead, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. And just on that, Kay, I'm happy to hear that you brought back that on the homelessness. And there was talk about a program for being out on having a task force out on the streets to work with our individuals. And I've noticed some local businesses on our main street have had to hire their own security now to assist with residents and that entering their businesses. And is there any update on where that was at? It was brought forward from the manager back in October, November, that there was going to be some stuff coming out. So just to keep the community appraised on what's going on.
You're totally correct that we'd mentioned it a couple of times. So what I will do is I'll email county staff tomorrow, and I'll find out where they're at in that stage, and direct that to all council when I get that response. I'm sure I'll get that fairly quickly, but I'll definitely look into that. Anything further in regards to the county report? I'm actually going to bring up something under later in discussion of the governance aspect. But go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'll just very quickly mention that I was on a webinar this past week with the Ottawa Alliance to End Homelessness. And they had two representatives from Finland who spoke to the group about the Finland solution. And they have achieved virtual 0% homelessness in Finland. And they have done this through fairly significant government investment, but more importantly, by putting their money away from temporary shelters and into transitional low income, geared to income, and ultimately affordable housing, bringing people through the spectrum so that no one is unhoused at any time. It was a very long presentation, certainly has a lot of implications, and quite frankly, for Canada, it would require a fairly significant paradigm shift in how we think about poverty and income distribution, but just wanted to add that for council's edification that, it is possible to achieve zero homelessness.
And I've spoken about it a few times when I've been talking about the county. We talked about the modular possibility, but there needs to be that transition step as well from that to move towards eventually affordable housing. And generally you're talking about the RGI that we talked about earlier, the rent geared to income. So the county is aware of that. That's why some of the projects actually do have a component of RGI along with affordable and then along with market, because again, it's about diversification. Because we want to try to put it into a situation where there's diversified housing as well, and going forward. So all that is something that we're keeping concern, and I will report back to council as soon as I get any updates on any of that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to number 12, which is motions, and we have the first motion we have is 12.1. And the motion is to support City of Sudbury regarding the change in definition of employer. The recommendation reads that council received a correspondence from the City of Greater Sudbury petitioning our government to change the definition of employer following a recent Supreme Court decision. And further, that council directs staff to send a letter of support for the resolution passed by the City of Greater Sudbury to Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable David Pecuniary, Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Brian Saunderson, MPP for Simcoe Grey, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO. So I'll ask for a mover on that, Councillor Jeffrey, and seconder Councillor Doherty. I'm going to turn, I believe the motion had been put on the table by CAO Skinner. I am going to turn to acting CAO / treasurer Quinlan. Would you have any comment on it?
I think if you wish, Deputy Mayor, there are just a couple of comments that we'll make just so that council has an understanding of what the situation was that occurred. Back in 2015, there was a tragic, catastrophic event that occurred in Sudbury where a pedestrian was killed on a construction site. It was the driver of the construction company had backed into the pedestrian, and unfortunately, the pedestrian did pass away. There was a court case, and the Ontario Court of Appeals actually found that the City of Sudbury was liable as the employer rather than the construction company. The City of Sudbury did take that case to the Supreme Court in November of 2023, and the appeal was dismissed. So what the City of Sudbury is asking from fellow municipalities is that the Occupational Health and Safety Act has a new and more appropriate definition for the word employer, and essentially saying that the act does not include liability on owners that have contracted the project, and in turn, the municipality, of course, was found liable. Of course, the town takes safety very seriously, particularly at construction sites as well. But the town doesn't have the capacity, or nor do we believe the town should be responsible at all construction sites at all time, particularly when we have a qualified insured constructor on site and who also retains, their own liability insurance and control over the construction site itself. So just to provide some additional clarity and content for that motion.
Is anybody wishing to speak to it? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I will just add that AMO has flagged this to be a significant issue for municipalities with significant ramifications. On top of the fact that we still do not have joint and several liability, this liability would be stacked on top. So AMO is very active as well in advancing the intent of this motion, and we should definitely be supporting it. And I will also add that I will be attending the Board of Directors meeting on Thursday, and we will have a roundtable with Minister Paul Calandra. And I expect that this will be one of the items that would come up at the roundtable.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? I'll just add, I had mentioned I'd seen this and was very concerned with it. And when we were talking back in budget about the intake and the possible maintenance of the intake, and I made mention at the time that now with the Supreme Court ruling, basically establishing that it was difficult for the town to convey liability over to a contractor, I was very, very concerned. The one suggestion I'd make, if it does come to the table on Wednesday, Councillor Doherty, is I'd make sure that that ruling from an insurance language standpoint right now, of most of the municipalities would have probably the same insurers, and the same language, we'd want to make sure that that language that wasn't such that we maybe needed some clarification to avoid anything happening. Because I was, as I say, very troubled by the fact that you could contract out work to somebody, but you couldn't contract out the ability to step away as being an employer. It's very troubling. And I think it has major ramifications if it's not clearly explained and outlined. So I'm definitely in support of this particular motion. So that all being said, then nobody else further. I'll call that to a vote then. All in favor? And that's unanimous. In regards to 12.2, there's a reference here to this being deferred. But what I was going to say is the reason I was delaying it was that as per our finance discussions that we've had offline, there's still some actual 2023 investment interest info that would have to be received by Treasury. So I'm looking at it as I don't really need to do this motion, I don't believe. The intention was to try to review the interest allocation process within the policy for possible amendment while the financial information about it all was kind of current and fresh in everybody's head. And I'm going to speak about that in a little bit more detail under committee as a whole matter. The next item is 12.3. And as we've already mentioned, I do believe that although it does read Mayor Hamlin, I do believe that Councillor Doherty is prepared to bring this forward. So I'm going to read it in. Whereas Collingwood has been long identified as a regional hub for South Georgian Bay, which provides many valuable public and private programs, services, and amenities utilized by area residents within and outside of our municipal boundaries. And whereas during the recent provincial roundtables held regarding various regional reviews, Collingwood identified the need for provincial funding support for designated settlement areas that provide these programs, services, and amenities to residents and stakeholders outside of our municipal boundary, in addition to our own taxpayers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council instructs staff to collect as much data as practical that can be efficiently obtained within available resources moving forward to gather information on non-resident users of our town programs and services to support the need for further funding supports from our neighboring municipalities and other orders of government to ensure financial sustainability for our residents and to ensure that the levels of service can be maintained for all of our residents and stakeholders utilizing the Town of Collingwood programs, services, and amenities. And further that this resolution be circulated to the Collingwood Public Library Board and the Downtown Collingwood BIA for the consideration and support, as well as our Economic Development Division to request the local business community through existing communication channels to provide any available data regarding resident and non-resident use of their various services to support future town funding requests. So I have a mover in Councillor Doherty and a seconder. Councillor Perry, and I will ask if anyone from council would like to speak to it. Councillor Doherty, you could speak first or last, whatever you prefer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll speak first. I think that the motion is quite self-explanatory, but you know, the sum of it is that, and I hope that council and staff agree, we have no concern about being treated, used as a regional hub for our many services. But we must ultimately ensure that our taxpayers are not being overburdened with the cost of providing services to non-residents. So this is a mechanism whereby we can just get a sense of how much non-residential use of our various services we are experiencing right now and what implications that might have on future budget planning or fees, etc. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess maybe through to Director Culver. I think we've been through this process before, at least in the past decade for sure, and we did a major shift at the time. I know particularly with the library in terms of moving away from the some of the fees. And I guess then my next question would be the availability, and this wouldn't be Director Culver, probably through to the treasurer, the staff burden or availability. How easy is this information to access, coordinating all aspects of our business? So with those two questions,
I'll turn to Director Culver first and then back to Acting CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the short answer is it's quite difficult to get the information. We have approached this several times in 9 years that I've been with us. The systems that we've had and the system we currently have doesn't have any way of proving residency. So it's always been a very big challenge to even collect the data. Having said that, we understand that the mayor's motion is really about collecting the data to form a position. So, I'm not stating any opposition to the motion itself, just sort of, I think, underlining what you've said about it being a difficult project. We have, in my past life, there have been attempts, and some municipalities do implement non-resident fees. Generally, it's always seemed to be very difficult and a bit hit and miss when it comes to sort of success. But as mentioned, this motion is really about collecting the information. So staff will do our best if directed to do so by council.
And Acting CEO Quinlan.
Oh, let me retract. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think I'll just support what Director Culver said. We have had some initial discussions that department has to try and figure out the best way to move forward. Of course, it's not currently on the work plan, but so there may need to be some rearranging. But I think not that that could happen. We just want to make sure we have the right information.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. And I too would say that I don't disagree with this. So 2 questions. Number 1, I'd like to defer voting on it till we could have a better idea as to what might shift in the work plan, because I want to see where this is going to fall in terms of the other priorities we've already set. And also, is it something that could be done not ad hoc, but as needed in terms of if we were trying to do something within a specific sector that required funding, that we look for the information within that sector to address that funding at the time, as opposed to trying to gather all of it all at once. And I would just maybe, if there's a response from staff to that, but I would really like to defer, because I'd like to have an understanding of that work plan and what would get deferred in case.
Is there a seconder on the defer? Councillor Baines. So we'll just entertain a conversation about the deferment at this, or actually, I'm sorry, we don't discuss defer.
If it's referred, then you do.
Okay, so if it was referred, we'd have a discussion. Right. Would you read it was referred?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. The clerk is correcting me yet again. I will refer it back to staff so that we can hear from, but I know in terms of deferral, typically we don't put the deferral on the floor. We let everybody go around and then entertain the deferral at the end, as a way that we have handled it before. But I will change the D to an R.
And by making a referment, we don't require a vote then.
Yes. Yeah.
We do. Okay. So so the change in the letter didn't change the need for the vote. So the seconder, Councillor Baines, still. Okay. And then I'll call that matter to a vote then. All in favor is unanimous. So that's referred. And I guess what we need to do is actually consider a motion to waive notice of motion in regards to a request for a flyover on Wednesday, January 24th. So I would ask if somebody would move for Councillor Ring and Councillor Perry. So we're voting on the waiving a notice of motion. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And then I'll read the following motion and ask for a mover and a seconder. The council supports the flyby by the Canadian Armed Forces aircraft as low as 500 feet on Wednesday, January 24th to honor the 100th birthday of the Honorary Lieutenant General Richard Bromer. I guess, yeah, Honorary Lieutenant General Richard Bromer. Major General. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Potts. And we can have discussion. I was going to ask for an amendment to ask if I could fly with them, but I'm thinking that would be a no anyway. But anyway, is there any discussion that anyone would like to have in that regard? Go ahead, Councillor Perry.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just don't know who would know this, but what is going to fly over? I mean, we've got lots of aircraft. I mean, I have a wish list, but.
Yeah, you're in it around. You would like to ride too, if you could figure out a way. Do they have passenger seats? That's what you're really asking. I'm guessing that we don't know the type of aircraft that it'll be. But maybe we can find that out and let you know in advance. And perhaps then we also would be able to find out roughly what time they feel they'll be doing the fly.
Yeah, thank you. That was my next question, time frame, if possible.
If it fits into your calendar to get a ride. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that's unanimous. So the next motion would be that we move into committee of the whole. Sorry, go ahead, Clerk Thomas.
My apologies. So first of all, I do have, it's at 2 p.m. on January 24th is the expected flyover. Doesn't say what type of plane, so we can take a look at that. But I did have some comment from department heads about if we're able to, if there is a motion coming forward regarding the fireworks, just because the RFP needs to be issued if we're going to proceed as we originally planned. That is, again, if council is willing to entertain a waiving of a notice motion, we need 2/3 of majority of council to even put a motion on the floor. If not, then it would be referred to February 5th. So
okay, so I had noted that we had 3 instances of request or indication that there was going to be a notice, Councillor Jeffries, Councillor Jordy's, and then Councillor Potts. So I think the other 2 are okay for coming up to next meeting, but I would ask if that's okay. Councillor Potts, what we'd be asking you to do is now speak to asking for waiving a motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So before I can vote on waiving notice, I would need to know specifically the wording of the motion, please.
So, is it something you feel you can speak to, or is it something that we could do right at the end of committee of the whole? When we only have the adjournment in the bylaw.
Certainly, I think, thank you, Chair Fryer. I think that might be prudent because we're not exactly sure what the specific request is going to be as well. So if that's the case, when we rise from the committee of the whole portion, we could entertain a motion at that time and give us an opportunity to speak to Councillor Potts during the break.
And that'll give you a chance to put some wording together.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have something here, but I think it might need wordsmithed. Thanks.
Okay. So that all being said, Councillor Doherty.
Sorry, this is the next notice of motion. So if I'm jumping forward, let me.
Well, yeah, we're going to move into committee of the whole. I'm suggesting that we take our 20-minute break and then you'll assume this chair. I tried to sneak 20 minutes in there because it was 22 and I thought, anyways, go ahead, Councillor Tory.
Thank you. So I would like to provide notice motion to council.
Oh, okay. So that you can do in your committee of the whole. You have a notice of motion area there. The only reason we brought up Councillor Potts is because we were a little concerned about the timing from a staff perspective.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So session. And do I advise that council will resume or committee of the whole will resume at 12 minutes after? I don't want to try to squeeze a couple of minutes. 12 minutes after 5. All in favor? And that's unanimous. I don't believe I did have a mover and seconder. No. Councillor Baines and Councillor Houston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are back for our Committee of the Whole meeting. And we will start with item 13.2.2, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 329 3rd Street. And we'll briefly turn it over to Director Valentine to introduce our community planner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This application recently did come before Council through the public meeting. We would confirm that there was no public present to speak verbally to the item, and we did not receive any written comments. The primary issue is that the subject property is within a floodplain area, and therefore no new habitable space is permitted. However, the area around the Oak Street Canal is currently being reviewed by the NBCA and the town. And should the hazard data be redefined, there is a potential for an accessory dwelling unit to be installed over the proposed garage. So what this application does is it sets the stage for an eventual construction of that accessory unit if the floodplain issues can be adequately resolved. We do have Community Planner Frisch here today to review the details with you, and I would note that he is a newer but highly valued member of the planning team, and this is his first time presenting to committee. So welcome to him, and both Manager Ayers and I are also available to assist with questions. Thank you.
Welcome, Planner Frisch, and go ahead.
For 329 3rd Street. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located on the north side of 3rd Street between Cedar and Walnut Streets and is approximately 0.1 hectares in size. It is surrounded by residential land uses and is designated low-density residential under the town's official plan. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned residential second density R2. Single detached dwellings and detached accessory buildings are permitted in the R2 zone. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the subject property to Holding 26, residential second density, exception 31. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to create an R2 exception zone to permit site-specific exceptions to the detached accessory building and accessory apartment provisions of the town zoning bylaw. These include an increase to the maximum building height and maximum ground floor area of the detached accessory building, and an increase to the maximum gross floor area of a future accessory apartment. Next slide, please. With respect to the detached accessory building provisions, the effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to recognize an increase in the maximum height of a detached accessory building from 7 meters to 8.3 meters, and recognize an increase in the maximum ground floor area of a detached accessory building from 75 square meters to 111 square meters. I note the total lot coverage of the proposed detached accessory building would be 8% and therefore is in conformity with that aspect of the zoning provision. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would also permit a maximum of 1 detached accessory building located closer to the front lot line than the closest exterior wall of the main dwelling unit. This is consistent with an existing permission on the subject property granted under a minor variance by the Town's Committee of Adjustment on July 20th, 2017. With respect to the accessory apartment provisions, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would recognize an increase in the maximum gross floor area of an accessory apartment from 75 square meters to 88 square meters. I note that the proposed gross floor area of the future accessory dwelling unit would be 28% of the existing single detached dwelling and is therefore in conformity with that aspect of the zoning provision. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment also seeks to create a new holding zone H26. The subject property is located within an area regulated by the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, the NVCA, as depicted by the hatched area on the screen. The regulated area is associated with the Oak Street Canal, a one-zone flood area, meaning the development of additional habitable space would not be supported. The Oak Street Canal is currently the subject of hydraulic modeling work that has not been finalized to date. The technical work may result in refining the flood boundary and/or consideration of a two-zone approach, which could be more permissive with respect to the development of habitable space on the subject property. The proposed holding 26 zone would prohibit additional habitable space, including the establishment of an accessory dwelling unit, until the implementation of a two-zone approach for the Oak Street Canal floodplain demonstrates that the property and/or proposed building envelope are within the flood fringe or outside of the hazard area, and confirmation from the NVCA that an NVCA permit can be approved. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed layout of the subject property, which triggered the requirement for a zoning bylaw amendment. The detached accessory building would be located along the western edge of the subject property in the front yard, with a similar setback of surrounding single detached dwellings fronting 3rd Street. A total of 5 trees will need to be removed to achieve the proposed site layout. 2 of these trees are located on the western edge of the property in the proposed building envelope, and 3 trees are on the southern edge of the property adjacent to 3rd Street to facilitate driveway realignment. The applicant has indicated it is their intention to replace the trees impacted by the development at the completion of construction, proposing to plant 6 trees, including 4 trees on the southern edge of the property adjacent to 3rd Street. Additionally, 2 existing pine trees are proposed to be preserved on the site. Next slide, please. The south and east elevations of the proposed detached accessory building show a design with a variety of window shapes and sizes, differing roof lines, and variation in the use of building materials to break up the facade and reduce the appearance of massing. Given the setback of the single detached dwelling from the front property boundary, and considering the detached accessory building will be set back a similar distance to the existing single detached dwellings fronting 3rd Street, Planning Services is of the opinion that the proposed height of the detached accessory building would be appropriate in this context. Next slide, please. The proposal was circulated to internal departments as well as external agencies for review and comment. No public comments were received with respect to this application. Council feedback was received at the public meeting, primarily regarding the preservation of trees on the site and the height of the proposed detached accessory building. As noted in previous slides, the applicant has advised they plan to preserve trees where possible and replace trees impacted by the development. Additionally, the proposed detached accessory building has been designed in a way to respect the context of the surrounding neighborhood, which represents a mix of single-story and 2-story dwellings. Planning Services is satisfied that all concerns related to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment have been satisfactorily addressed. Next slide, please. Planning Services recommend approval for the application as the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is consistent and/or conforms with applicable planning policy and regulatory instruments, protects public safety and property through the addition of the holding zone, supports intensification of the built-up area on a municipally serviced lot, provides an opportunity to diversify the town's housing stock, contributes to compact built form and complete communities, and is supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. This slide shows the planning process for the zoning bylaw amendment. The items starting at the top left have been completed. A public meeting was held at the December 4th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting where no members of the public provided feedback. Feedback received from members of council at the public meeting was considered in the preparation of this staff report. We are now at the staff recommendation to committee stage. Next slide, please. Pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting on February 5th, 2024 for decision. If approved, a notice of decision would be issued and the 20-day appeal period would commence. Upon the expiration of the appeal period, the zoning bylaw amendment would come into effect if no appeals are received. In the future, an application will be required to lift the holding symbol once the provisions have been satisfied. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would there be anyone in the gallery or online that would like to make comment with regard to this staff report? Thank you. Okay, well then I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to council for discussion. So, P 2024-02, proposed zoning bylaw amendment 329 3rd Street. The recommendation is that report P 2024-02, proposed zoning bylaw amendment 329 3rd Street, dated January 22nd, be received, and that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed. Okay, mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Council comments. Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair, through to Community Planner Frisch. Welcome.
Thank you.
You did great. My first question is, we said it's the proponent's intent to replace those trees. Are they going to sign something in writing that says they will replace those trees at the number of 6? And is that possible at this stage to obtain that through the chair?
All right, through the chair to the councillor. So this proposal isn't subject to site plan approval. So at this stage, there's no way to enforce that. They could cut down the trees tomorrow if they wanted to and not replace them. But at this stage, we're in a position to take the word of the proposal, and it would be up to them to follow through.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just a comment, the height does still give me some angst, just because sometimes people don't understand the difference until it's built, and then they look at it and say, what were you thinking to approve that? And then we've had that instance several times already. So I'm still thinking about the whole height thing.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Any comment back from staff on height?
I don't have a comment.
You don't have to.
No.
I'm just giving you the opportunity.
Thank you.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you, if I may, to Director Valentine. I really have no questions about the specifics of this application, but more the interrelationship between the process with NVCA and the two zones. And I understand do I understand as I read this, that if we approve this, it is still the ability for the proponent to start construction is still dependent upon NVCA's decision in regard to the two zones? Or do I have this incorrect? Because it seems to me that we could approve this, but it's still holding pending NVCA's production of their two zones. Can you explain that to me? And what indeed if NVCA says, no, as a result of our two zones, we're not in favor of this going ahead, what do we do then? Thank you.
It looks like Director Valentine is offering to answer that question.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So the NVCA is prepared to support non-habitable space in this location within the current floodplain parameters. So the applicant could move forward and construct their proposed accessory garage with private recreational space above. Should they wish to transition that space to an accessory dwelling unit above the garage, that is what is dependent upon either a two-zone approach where this property, or at least the building envelope, would be demonstrated to be in the flood fringe, or perhaps that this property in its entirety would be removed from the hazard lands. So it's not about whether they are able to construct the basic structure, rather it's whether they're able to support an additional dwelling unit above the garage.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will just add that I guess I'm on the same plane precisely as Councillor Jeffrey. I did want to ask about the tree replacement and whether that could be compelled. And I did have also some concern about height, although when I look at the height of the original building, the house, which is taller still, I feel that, you know, even though it is higher than our standard for accessory dwelling, it certainly is in keeping generally with the height of the other building on the property. So that concern goes away for me. And I take your answer to the question about tree preservation under advisement. And I will also add that if we had a private tree bylaw, that we wouldn't have to worry about that. But I digress. Okay, then I will call the matter to the vote then. All in favor? And opposed? And that duly noted. Okay, next item, 13.2.3. P 2024-03 proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 629 Hurontario Street. And Planner Frisch, you're handling this one as well?
Yep.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
All right. So good evening again. My name is Beckett Frisch, and I have been assigned to the file for the proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 629 Hurontario Street. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the south side of Collins Street and east side of Hurontario Street and is approximately 0.1 hectares in size. It is surrounded by a mix of land uses, including institutional to the west, commercial to the north and south, and residential to the north and east. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently designated as low-density residential. The proposed official plan amendment is to redesignate the subject property to mixed-use commercial to facilitate the establishment of a dental office on the property. Next slide, please. Council adopted a new official plan on December 11th, 2023. The adopted official plan designates this area of Hurontario Street as mixed-use corridor 2, with permitted uses including retail and service commercial uses, office uses, and live-work units. Although not in force and effect until approved by the County of Simcoe, I note the proposed dental office on the subject property would not require an official plan amendment under the recently adopted official plan. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned residential second density R2. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to rezone the subject property to mixed-use commercial exception 6. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to create a C4 exception zone with site-specific exceptions to facilitate the rezoning from residential second density to mixed-use commercial and prohibit uses that are not compatible with the surrounding residential, institutional, and commercial land uses or would represent an inappropriate intensity for the subject lands. As such, it is proposed that a motor vehicle gasoline station, a motor vehicle wash, place of entertainment, and restaurant would be prohibited in the C4-6 zone. Next slide, please. 4 site-specific exceptions are required to facilitate a rezoning of the subject property from residential second density to mixed-use commercial. The minimum lot frontage and interior side yard are existing conditions that conform to the current R2 zoning provisions, but would not conform to the proposed parent C4 zoning provisions. The proposed C4 exception 6 zone would recognize a decrease in lot frontage from 30 meters to 18 meters. The parent C4 zone also requires enhanced 9-meter interior side and rear yards for properties abutting a residential zone, with a minimum 3-meter strip of land reserved for landscaping. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment seeks to decrease the minimum enhanced interior side yard from 9 meters to 1.3 meters to reflect the existing building setback and reduce the minimum landscape strip from 3 meters to 0.5 meters, and to decrease the minimum landscape strip from 3 meters to 0.5 meters in the rear yard. The property currently has 2 existing entrances off Collins Street. These entrances are proposed to be closed and replaced with 1 new entrance. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment also seeks to reduce the minimum required setback of a non-residential entrance abutting a residential zone from 9 meters to 4.8 meters. The proposal would conform with all other provisions of the parent C4 zone. Next slide, please. This slide shows the preliminary site plan for the proposed development. The applicant is proposing to convert the existing single detached dwelling to a dental office. There is an existing parking area along the eastern property boundary abutting the residential zone, and it is proposed to expand this parking area to the west to create 12 parking spaces, including 1 accessible space, as well as 4 bicycle parking spaces. As previously noticed, noted, the 2 existing entrances from Collins Street will be closed and 1 new entrance from Collins Street will be established. A privacy fence is proposed along the south and east boundaries of the proposed parking area, and the applicant has advised that the existing hedge on the eastern property boundary will remain. Should the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments be approved, a site plan control application would address the technical details of the site's configuration. Next slide, please. The proposal was circulated to internal departments as well as external agencies for review and comment. Staff also received 3 written comments from the public, primarily related to traffic impacts at the intersection of Huron, Ontario and Collins Street, redevelopment potential of the site, and impacts to the hedge at the rear yard of the property. At the public meeting, members of council also raised concerns about traffic and parking impacts in the area, specifically through a further intensification of the subject property and the establishment of a potential restaurant in the future. As noted in previous slides, Planning Services has included a restaurant as prohibited use in the proposed C4 Exception 6 zone in response to comments received and technical review from engineering services citing a potential increase in traffic at this intersection. The applicant has been amenable to the addition of restaurant as a prohibited use. Planning Services is satisfied that all concerns related to the proposed zoning bylaw and official plan amendment have been satisfactorily addressed. Next slide, please. Planning Services recommend approval for the application as the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are consistent and or conform with applicable planning policy and regulatory instruments, contribute to complete communities, support growth of a mixed-use corridor and facilitate additional employment opportunities, facilitate a use that is of a compatible scale and intensity with surrounding land uses, and are supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. This slide shows the planning process for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. The items starting at the top left have been completed. A public meeting was held at the December 4th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting, where no members of the public provided any feedback. Feedback received from members of council at the public meeting and in writing from members of the public was considered in the preparation of the staff report. We are now at the staff recommendation to committee stage. Next slide, please. Pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting on February 5th, 2024 for decision. If the zoning bylaw amendment is approved, a notice of decision would be issued and the appeal period would commence for zoning bylaw amendment. If the official plan amendment is adopted, Simcoe County is the approval authority for the official plan amendment. Once the county has made a decision, the appeal period for the official plan amendment would commence. Upon the expiration of the appeal periods, the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments would come into effect if no appeals were received. A future site plan control application will be required to address the technical details of the development. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to comment on this staff report? No one online. Okay, I will read in the motion and turn it over to council for comment. P 2024-03, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for 629 Huron, Ontario Street. The recommendation is that staff report P 2024-03, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaws amendments 629 Huron, Ontario Street, dated January 22nd, 2024, be received, and that official plan amendment 49, attached as Appendix A to this report, be adopted and submitted to the County of Simcoe for approval, and that an amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix B to this report be enacted and passed. Motion moved, Councillor Baines, seconded, Councillor Perry. Comments or questions? Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. This is more of a question, I guess, to staff. And I don't know whether it would be at this process at this time anyways. The zoning change that they require to put the dentist office in there is one thing, but it is for, I'm getting by the report that it's a single dentist office. Is there any way once they're in there and it's rezoned that they can't add more dentists in the same building?
I will turn that over to Planner Beckett, or sorry, Frisch.
Thank you, through the chair. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment pertains to the use of the property itself rather than the number of dentists that would be practicing on the property. So the use of dental office would be permitted should this be approved. Whether it's one dentist or 10 dentists that share the space isn't something that would be included in that. It's not something that the zoning bylaw addresses.
Thank you.
If I may follow up with a comment, I guess. We're already experiencing an issue with the dentist office. It's not that they're doing anything wrong other than when they opened up as one dentist, and now there's 3 in there, and now we're having spill off onto the streets for parking because they don't have enough parking. And Collins Street is not a street that we can do any side street parking. It's just too busy with the 2 high schools and Tim Hortons right there. So I have a little concern with that if we can't prohibit more than one in the office, and maybe it'll never come to. I would just like to know.
Right. Thank you. Actually, on your behalf, I will ask, maybe turn it to Director Valentine. Is there a mechanism whereby the number of dentists could be restricted?
Through you, Chair, not under the Planning Act, not with our planning tools. The way that we control for parking is through the minimum parking requirements. And that's, again, as Community Planner Frisch mentioned, based on use. And they do meet the parking requirements in this case for the use of a dental office.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I too spent a bit of time in consternation over this one, 2 in a row in one meeting. But I agree with Councillor Ring. I do see it in other dental offices. By the time you add dental hygienists and other dentists for your business plan, the parking gets exponentially difficult very quickly when you think there's only 9 parking spots for staffing and for your clientele, not just you have one in the chair and one that's waiting and maybe one waiting for the hygienist. It's not long. And that corner has already inundated with a ton of traffic problems. And we've changed the signs from no parking to no stopping, yet quite often you'll see a supplier parked along there delivering to the Tim Hortons, wreaking all kinds of havoc at that intersection. And I just don't know how increasing the activity at that intersection is going to help. I think it's going to be very negative to the safety of people. It's not that I think that what could be done with that property in the proposal is probably the best that could be done. But I just don't think it's the right intersection for that kind of proposal for the amount of traffic turnover there will be. So I'm not sure that I can support it at this time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Potts.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. At the last meeting, I spoke in concern of both the parking and the traffic at that corner, and I remain with that opinion. And I look at if there was any overflow of traffic, that area just couldn't handle street parking. So I am concerned of that. So with both those points, and they've been reiterated again, I can't support it at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Any other questions? I must admit that I am really torn on this staff report. I love the idea that it's mixed use. It's another job or a couple of jobs that are being created. But I do share the concerns that others have already expressed about not so much the traffic, but the parking. So I just want to ask either to you, Planner Frisch, or Director Valentine, if I may, is there what would be the implications if we were to turn this down? Could the proponent come back with some guarantees for council to consider, or is this the end? Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. At this point in time, staff do not have a policy or zoning basis to rely upon to recommend refusal of this application. So if council were to refuse the application in the face of a recommendation for a positive decision on the application, it would be challenging for council and staff to be able to defend that position. Really what you'd be looking to change is the underlying zoning bylaw. If you feel that there's insufficient parking requirements for commercial uses of this type, that would be your best path forward through the zoning bylaw review that's upcoming. So the applicant could certainly appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal as their next step. But as mentioned, there is no planning tool to restrict the number of dentists operating. It's really around the parking, but they do meet the minimum requirements of our bylaw.
Thank you. Okay, council then.
Actually exceeded minimum parking. The minimum parking requirement is only 10, and that's why we have planned actually for 12 spaces and to maximize parking.
Could I invite you up to the podium? Are you? Yeah, are you the proponent?
I am the landowner. I am not the proposed land user in the future. But no, parking is. We want as much parking on there as possible. And like I say, the minimum requirements for parking is only 10 spaces based on the square footage. And we have actually planned for 12 and asked engineers to put as much parking as possible.
Thank you. Okay, council, I will call the vote then. All in favor? Okay, that's 4. Actually, I will add my affirmative vote. So that's 5. Opposed? 3. And so the application carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is deputations. We have no registered deputations tonight, but is there anyone online that wishes to address? Okay, thank you. So moving then next to item 13.4, reports or minutes of other committees and boards. And the recommendation is that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. The Accessibility Advisory Committee, November 16th, the Collingwood Library Board meeting of November 23rd, the Trails and Active Transportation Advisory Committee of December 14th, and the Collingwood Downtown BIA Board of Management meeting on December 14th. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Houston, Councillor Perry. Comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I was just going to mention that I was very appreciative of the engineering technician, Sokol, and his attendance at the accessibility meeting. It sounds like they had a pretty extensive discussion about the some of the traffic crossing concerns that we've raised as a council here at the table a little bit, and that it was outlined that there's some consideration of possibly piloting other detection technology. But they're going to base that on collecting some information from the committee members. So I was, as I say, quite pleased to see that was something that was under discussion and we were getting input from affected parties. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also was very pleased to see that item and the action plan that engineering are proposing. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then I will call the vote on accepting the minutes of other committees and boards. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, item 13.5, notice of motion. And I will turn the chair over to Vice Chair Ring, as I do want to provide a notice of motion.
Thank you very much, Chair Doherty. So you got a notice of motion. Could you like to bring it up at this time?
Yes, and just before I give my own, actually, I am reminded that perhaps I should ask you whether there is anyone here that has another notice of motion.
Sorry, I was going to ask that after you were done, then I could pass the chair back to you. But anyways.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
I do plan on bringing two to the table, possibly one. But I also recall that in the council meeting where there were a couple of notices, I think, pending. So yours was one, and I believe Councillor Jeffries was another. So I'd gladly let them go first.
Okay, then. I'm taking back the chair, but I will give it to you.
Oh.
Okay, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first notice of motion is with respect to our deputation in council this evening, that council directs staff to provide council with a staff report, including background and a recommendation regarding adoption by the town of Collingwood of a definition for anti-Semitism. And my second one just arose from a suggestion from our director of Valentine. I'd like it to do a notice of motion that we revisit the parking minimums in the zoning bylaw, given commercial moving more into the residential, recently changed residential areas. And so I don't know, she can help me word that properly for later, but that's the intent for now.
Okay. Thank you. Clerk Collins, does a notice of motion need a seconder? No. Okay. All right, you're good. Okay. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. And just for clarification, I think you wanted to hear the motion, but then we were going to potentially do a notice like to waive. How does that work? Doing it after this meeting. Okay. I just thought a decision needed to be made. Okay. So the motion that I'm looking at is that council requests that the Festival for Canada event specific to the fireworks display be scheduled for July 1st with a fallback date of June 28th, only if there are no fireworks display providers available in response to the tender for the July 1st date with approved budget.
Okay. Thank you. And Clerk Almas.
Certainly, just for clarity, is that a notice of motion for this section, in noting that you would like to waive notice of motion when we rise from committee of the whole? And if that doesn't pass, then you would consider it for the February 5th date?
Yeah, that's good. I was kind of confused with the committee and going into council. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any other notices of motion? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
I'll go ahead then. I know you have yours, but you'll turn the chair over for that. I didn't want to look to waive motion at the last, in the council portion on this because of Mayor Hamlin's absence. And I thought it'd be important to get her input. So in anticipation of the opportunity for Collingwood Council to make presentation, likely in mid to late February, in regards to the Governance Standing Committee coming to Simcoe County, I think it'd be appropriate to form a subcommittee on governance and related matters. The subcommittee would first meet to review recent presentations and then put together information and such to present sometime in the near future to all of council for formal discussion to establish our majority position for formal presentation when the opportunity presents itself. I'm strongly of the belief that we should be making some sort of delegation at that point in time. And that'll be for council to decide. So I'll put it together a wording for a motion that can come out on the next agenda about forming a subcommittee. And I'll just outline that in my opinion, I'm thinking the subcommittee would be 3 members and proposing it would be the mayor, myself, and Councillor Jeffrey as the lead councillor. It would just be to gather the information, as I say, in preparation for coming to council and having our discussion and forming a position. So I'll give that notice.
Okay.
And then the next one, I was thinking maybe I should have covered this under other business, but it has to do with the my 12.2 motion that I had deferred. And so the 2022, and this is kind of a question / possible notice of motion, because I was going to request through you, Chair, to Acting CAO Quinlan. The 2022 investment report came to Committee of the Whole on March the 6th last year. The 2023 report is not noted on the upcoming meetings list information. I would like to propose that the report come to the Committee of the Whole on February 21st, if possible. Mayor Hamlin's going to be away on March the 4th. And in my opinion, it should be part of the discussion when that report comes to Committee of the Whole, because that's the opportunity for public input. So I can certainly just make notice of motion now. I can make my motion that I'm saying I deferred it from 12.2, but it was really just a request, if possible, if it could be prepared and provided by February 21st. So I'll look to the clerk to decide if that needs to be a notice of motion.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. I don't see any issue with having to bring that forward on February 21st right now. I mean, barring that we have all of the information that is required. Generally, we do, but I just want to make sure that we have all of our investment reports at that point.
So I don't believe I need to make a notice of motion then.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're just going to bring it back. Okay. Thank you. Understood. Great. Any other notices of motion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you very
I would like
much,
to
Chair Doherty.
put forward my own notice of motion. So if you would kindly take over the chair.
I didn't know this vice chair thing is going to take twice as long as it should have, but anyways. You have a notice to present to council?
Yes, and my notice of motion is with regard to the consent agenda that we just approved in the council meeting. And the motion is to support the City of Cambridge and the town of South Bruce Peninsula in asking the Ministry of Transportation to expand the uses of speed, sorry. What are those? ASE. The automated speed enforcement sorry, embarrassing. So that is my notice of motion that I will bring forward at the next meeting of council.
Thank you very much. Now I'll turn it back to you to give the rise from Committee of the Whole.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, so I will put forward a motion to rise from committee of whole to return to council. Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer, all in favor? And that carries. Okay, do you want to move back or will you take it
Thank you,
from
Chair
there?
Doherty, and I think we can finish off as we are. I think the first order of business would be to entertain Councillor Potts's request for waiving of motion or waiving of notice in regards to what he just spoke about in committee of the whole. So I would look to have a mover, I assume Councillor Potts, and a seconder is Councillor Baines. And we will vote on waiving notice of motion. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So then we will move to let Councillor Potts read out his motion. And I'll ask for a seconder at that time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So the council requests that the Festival for Canada event specific to the fireworks display be scheduled for July 1st with a fallback date of June 28th, only if there are no fireworks display providers available in response to the tender for the July 1st date within approved budget.
And the seconder is Councillor Jeffrey. And I will ask if anyone would like to speak to that motion. And I would have given you the opportunity first or last, but it doesn't look like anybody's. Councillor Baines.
I would just say I support Canada and I support this motion. Thank you.
Any further? Then I call that matter. Oh, say go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Yes, I will oppose the motion. Not that I am opposed to generally a celebration for Canada, but just that I am opposed to the use of fireworks.
Okay. Any Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Just quickly, and I won't prolong this because I think it was answered by Director Culvers, but the rationale for the 28th was because of competition with other municipalities getting fireworks for that day. And that's covered in the motion from Councillor Potts. Thank you.
Anyone further? Call the matter to vote then. All in favor? And opposed? So noted. And we'll move then to confirmatory bylaw. And recommendation that bylaw 2024-006, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held January 22nd, 2024, be enacted and passed this 22nd day of January 2024. And I have a mover, Councillor Potts, and seconder Councillor Perry. All those in favor? I guess you should have asked if there was discussion, but that's unanimous. And adjournment, Councillor Jeffrey, and all in favor. Thank you. 6 o'clock.